Keith, would you please call roll?
Jordan,
Present.
Gaines,
Present.
McBride,
Present.
Milner,
Present.
Ramey,
Present.
Wood.
Present.
We have quorum.
Okay, good deal. Thank you. Procedures for today's meeting are noted in the agenda. For the sake of time, we ask anyone who's unfamiliar with the process to please refer to the procedures section. There are 2 items we would like to specifically note regarding the meeting process. These items involve certificates of appropriateness and appeals. Regarding certificates of appropriateness, after an application is approved and the 10-day protest period has expired, the Historic Preservation Officer will mail the CA to the applicant. City construction permits cannot be issued until the CA is issued. Please contact HP staff for final design review, inspection, or to withdraw items that will not be completed. Regarding an appeal to the Board of Adjustments, any person aggrieved by a decision granting or denying a CA may appeal to the Oklahoma City Board of Adjustments. All appeals shall be made within 10 days of the Commission's decision by filing a written notice of appeal with the Clerk of the Board of Adjustments. Katie, any news from the Office of the Historic Preservation Officer?
The only thing I wanted to note, because I know a lot of people who are here about an item that is a recommendation to Planning Commission. And in case anyone doesn't make it till when we get to that item and has to leave early or anything like that, is that is scheduled to go to Planning Commission January 11th. Of course, the Historic Preservation Commission wants to hear all of your comments, but it's important that Planning Commission also hear any concerns from the public. Feel free to contact staff for more information about how to communicate those concerns, questions, support to Planning Commission.
Okay, thank you. Do we need to move anything today?
No, we have no items that need to be shuffled around at this time.
Okay, moving on to the acceptance of minutes. Have the commissioners had a chance to review the December meeting minutes? And if so, would anybody like to motion to approve? Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Would you all vote in prime gov, please?
I'm yay. I'm not logged in yet.
Oh.
I forgot that for the umpteenth time.
It's a recurring problem up here. Okay, let's see. Anything from code enforcement?
Nothing specific to report. As always, if you have questions about any items that are listed on that code enforcement report, reach out to staff or to the city's action center for more information.
Okay, what about continuance announcements or requests?
We have no requests and no new requests for continuance at this time.
All right, public hearings?
So we have a dilapidated structure on the agenda today. We haven't had one of these in some time, so just for an explanation, this is a recommendation to City Council on a property that is being declared dilapidated by code enforcement. They do not receive a certificate of appropriateness for that demolition. It is determined by council that the condition is so severe that it has to be demolished immediately, and the city moves forward with that. Our recommendation is on whether the property contributes to the historic integrity of the district and whether the demolition will adversely affect the character of the district. Staff has provided a recommended a recommendation that the property no longer contributes to the integrity of the district, essentially because of how severely deteriorated and heavily altered it has been over time. Oh, so we have someone, the property owner is present.
Do we need to address that right now, or
So
do we need to go through the rest of these?
if you have questions for staff, I can answer questions, or the homeowner is available and would like to speak.
Okay, good deal. Well, we'll just jump right to that. 416 Northwest 29th Street. Do you mind stating your name for the record?
Glenn King.
Thank you.
How you doing?
Okay, this is actually my first dilapidated structure. So, Katie, how do we proceed with this?
So you all are just making a motion to provide a recommendation to City Council. But if the property owner would like to make any comments to the effect of, the dilapidated case, then you have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay. First of all, I thought I was here to obtain a certificate of appropriateness that you had mentioned earlier. because there again, I've been in a financial, financial bind for some time, but I didn't know that they had brought it to that extent. So I didn't know that they said before I could do any work to it that I would need a certificate of appropriateness, and I thought that's what I was here to get today or be approved by this council.
So what is on the agenda today is a case from code enforcement to declare the structure dilapidated so that it could be torn down. And because that action is being taken by the city, they don't need a certificate of appropriateness. Now, if you wanted to do work to the property yourself individually, then that would need a certificate of appropriateness. But as far as what the city has requested, it would just be a recommendation to city council.
Okay, so do I get a chance to do more work to the property? I mean, what am I don't know exactly what I'm hearing. It just sounds bad for my property though.
So I think at this point, you need to talk to code enforcement about the dilapidated process and the structure being torn down. We don't have anything for the commission to consider regarding any work to the structure. If you are wanting to do work and wanting to get it back into repair or something like that, then you would need to talk to code enforcement and then eventually also apply for a certificate of appropriateness. But we don't
Okay.
have one of those in front of us to consider today.
So that's nothing that I would get from the council. It was something that I would go to code enforcement and ask about what you just.
Yeah, you would need to ask code enforcement about the status of your property and what they need you to do to get it either into repair or what the next step is with the dilapidated process.
Okay, so what's to be decided here today? Do I have that time and opportunity to do so?
Yes, so we're going to provide a recommendation that will, after this meeting, I will send that to code enforcement staff, and then that will get put on an agenda for a future city council meeting, presumably at least a couple of weeks from now.
So Katie, I think the question might be if we recommend that, yes, this is something we would agree with demolition, what's his next step?
So your next step would simply be to reach out to code enforcement to find out what they need for you to do, when it's going to go to city council for a hearing, if there are any other actions that are required to be taken, that sort of thing.
Is there somebody who could make sure to get him the information?
Yes, let me see if the specific code enforcement officer is listed. And I don't think anyone from code enforcement is here
I don't think so.
today.
But you
Okay.
can give him that main number, that 231.
I'm kind of slow. I heard everything you said. I just want to
Sure.
reiterate. There's going to be a decision made here today, but I will still have
Yes.
an opportunity and time to go to code enforcement
Yes.
to ask what it is that I need to do to
Yes.
take it off the dilapidated demolition
Yep,
Yes.
yes.
agenda. Okay.
Yep.
Have you received a notice of violation from code enforcement?
I've received a lot of notices of violations.
So you kind of have an idea what they're saying the problem is with the property?
Pardon me, ma'am?
You kind of have an idea what they're saying is wrong with the property?
Well, I know I
based
have to
on the-
fix it up. There again, it was just a financial
Okay.
struggles. But at the same time, since I know that it, can come to an extreme as far as council looking it over and making decisions, I know that I may have to step up my process. So there again, there has been programs that that have been sent as notices in my, there have been letters to state whether or not I'm approved or may be approved for like a home maintenance program.
Okay.
However, I come from the generation of, I guess, Charles Locke. I don't know if you all
Yes.
remember that.
Yes.
I mean, he's a good guy, but
Yeah.
at the same time, I had difficulty in getting those, even though I was approved several times. But there again, it was always an issue as to whether or not the funds would be, if it, they said you're approved, but you just have $1,000 too much work that you have to do to that. So what is it that I can do to overcome that? You know what I'm saying? If they approve me, but at the same time I'm $1,000 or maybe $500 or maybe $900 over the allowance, how can I defeat that process?
They will tell you when you give them a call at that number that Katie is about to give to you.
This is the code enforcement officer that is working the dilapidated case that's on our agenda now. So if you go call him, he should be able to tell you the next steps with
Okay.
with your property.
Okay,
And that office is in 420 West Main, our office building. And they're open now. It's not 5 o'clock yet, so you could probably go over there this afternoon and see if you can get hold of somebody.
okay. Now, the other thing is, I used to be able to go inside of the building. Are they still driving around in just their
You can go in
cars?
the lobby,
Oh, okay,
and they can call and see who's available that can speak with you.
okay, okay. I'll do that. I'll do that.
Okay, so today I think, again, this is my first dilapidated structure since I've been on the commission, so I apologize for not knowing proper procedure, but I think that we are just looking for comments from the commission to forward on to the city. Oh, yes, any members of the public wish to speak to this?
And there are comments from Jefferson Park.
Yes, those were attached to the agenda, yes.
Right, in favor of a recommendation.
Katie, the way this is worded is it's not stating that we need to make a recommendation, so do we have proper language? It just says request for comments.
So, yeah, it can simply be that motion to forward the following comments to city
Okay.
council.
Commissioners, does anybody have a motion or some comments or any questions for the property owner?
I will make a motion, but I'm a little confused. Is it this HPCA number or is it this
No.
C
So,
number?
I think
sorry,
it's
it's the
the
C number.
Okay, the
Yep.
HPCA down
Yep.
at the bottom is incorrect.
That's incorrect, yep.
Okay, in regard to case number C-23-72638, I make a motion that staff recommendation comments 1 and 2 be forwarded to code enforcement by the commission.
Second.
Okay, could everybody please vote in Prime Gov?
Help me, Sarah.
Okay, so that motion carries. So, sir, your next step will just be to follow up with that number that Katie has given you with code enforcement, and they should be able to direct you to some specific next steps.
Okay, so at this point, just talk to code enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so Katie, I guess that puts us back up towards the top of the packet at National Register nominations.
Yep, no National Register nominations this month, and that puts us down at cases for individual consideration.
Oh, we have no consent docket. Okay.
Yep.
All right. So moving on to cases for individual consideration. HPCA 22-00166, 2324 Northwest 26th Street.
This is in Shepherd Ward 2, consideration and possible action on application by John Reinke, Living Spaces for Anthony Carfang for certificate of appropriateness to 9, revise item 3, construct garage to include installation of alternate window design required. This is a garage that was previously approved with 1/1, a pair of 1/1 windows. Windows that have been installed are 4/4, don't match what was previously approved. And so they have requested a revision to that original CA. Staff did not feel that those windows were compatible with the design of the primary structure, with the garage, and with what was previously approved. So,
Okay, looks like the applicant is present. Could you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, I'm John Reinke, and I'm the contractor for this project.
Okay, great. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant? Well, I'll go first. Why are you wanting to revise this item?
Well, we had an opportunity for a pair of windows that were actually much larger than had initially been done, well, not much larger, but definitely a little bit larger, but
Okay.
a huge value to the client. And so these were the same manufacturer, double hung, solid core wood windows with the aluminum face, and that had been approved. The only thing, and this is my failure on the thing, was they are the 4/4, pattern.
Okay.
So essentially, the answer to your question is we had an opportunity to increase the value of the overall project at a decreased cost. And my client was like, that sounds great, let's do it. And so we went ahead and did it, figuring that if we weren't changing the number of windows or the position of the windows or anything else, that it would be a non-issue. So, in this particular position, we feel that it's not really advantageous to the character of the neighborhood to change, because in that particular position, it is marginally viewable by anybody who would be in the backyard of any of the adjoining properties there to the west or the south. Most of the time, we're going to be seeing all these 4-foot hurricane fences going away and being replaced with privacy fences. So about 2/3 of this backyard is currently enclosed by privacy fences on the east side, and then a small section that faces west. So visibility to this face of the building is pretty limited. So obviously, we would like to keep them in place. So we just need the permission of the board to do so.
Originally approved was the one over one?
Yes. Nothing. This project was a dilapidated original structure, and so we tore that down and rebuilt it from the ground up. So the windows that were approved were an addition to the building in the first place.
And Katie, these are not windows that we would approve on any sort of new construction?
So the window product is a window that we have approved in the past.
Correct.
We would not have recommended approval of that particular window pattern, the 4/4, just as far as compatibility with the historic garage, with the primary structure. The other design detail that is not typical for a pair of windows in a historic structure is that there's no mullion, the board between the two windows. They just butt right up against each other. I agree with John. They are on an accessory building facing into the backyard. They're not visible from much of anywhere, but it is a window type that had this come before us in the first place, staff would not have supported. So
I wasn't aware that the mullion was also an issue. So
it's just a typical design detail that makes it compatible with the historic windows, so that's something we look for.
yeah. So I mean, on the designs that I've done on other buildings, I've used the mullion when I bring two together. I tell my clients all the time there's a million details to consider, and so it's easy to get lost. And this is one of those places I got lost. So yeah, the 4/4 is unusual, but again, as Katie said, and I iterated already, we aren't in a place that actually impacts the character of the neighborhood in this particular condition.
Well, staff is recommending denial. It is, new construction, not very visible. I don't know that I certainly prefer the 1/1. Anybody else have an opinion on this?
The rest of the application's built as approved.
We made
So we're just-
we made one other change, but essentially yes. The garage door we changed to an allowable metal door instead of the wood door that we had originally proposed. But other than that, we've kept everything the way it was. So
Yeah, I tend to agree. It's, I don't have an issue with it. It's in the backyard. It's not visible from the street. It's not like this garage is pretending to be historic. It looks like a new garage. I personally don't have I don't want to create a hardship for an honest mistake. I also don't want to create precedent to sort of do what you will during construction. So I empathize, I don't have an issue with it because I don't think it adversely affects the public realm.
Well, if no one has an issue with it, would anybody like to motion?
I have an issue, but sounds like I'm the only one.
That's okay. That's okay.
I think you do what you say you're going to do, and cost, oh well, sorry.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, and that is absolutely the case, you know. I mean, if it is the opinion of the board that I have to replace these with the windows that we put in, you know, then I'll just have to saddle up and do that, you know. So it is my hope, of course, that we don't do that path just because, you know, these aren't really impactful to the neighborhood. So, you know.
Well, I mean, when I'm looking at the design, I think where I come to is I'm not sure I would have been offended by it originally because, to your point, it's not pretending to be a historic structure. So I certainly am usually kind of a stickler for the, you know, no, you said you were going to do this and you did it a different way, but I'm not sure I would have been offended by it in the first place.
Well, and it's not like it's vinyl windows that are poor quality or, I mean,
No, these are, you know, as Katie iterated, this is the same manufacturer, the same quality of window, and, you know, so, you know, it's, you know, we didn't go on the cheap for it, we just had an opportunity to do it cheaply.
I'll make a motion.
I think, I just want to say, I think for me, it's just the process. I'm hung up on the process because, I mean, going on 4 years, I think we spend so much time talking about windows. And one window was approved, and the applicant has admitted to, I know what was approved, this got swapped in. I'm just not in favor of it.
We do see it
There's
a
a
lot
process,
lately.
and I just don't want to go against the respect and time that we spend up here talking to applicants about windows. And I'm so sorry this one got swapped and not thought to come back and say, let's take this one back to the commission, because we've seen them spend a lot of time on windows, but not even the windows, it's just the process of it to come before. And we probably did spend some time talking about the windows at that one.
Not on
so
this particular one, you know, but, you know.
You got lucky then.
Yeah, so, but
of
I've
time
been
on it,
here for
so-
plenty of the, plenty of those conversations, so, yeah, no,
So
and
I would
understand
probably
what you're saying.
lean towards the motion of denying it, just because of the process that I would like to try to respect up here.
I think that if this had come before the commission in the fuller scope of the new construction, when there's always lots of things and there's kind of a negotiation on a back and forth between, you know, saying what's an absolute deal breaker and what could be worked with, I would have actually been fine with these windows as well, considering their placement. And so for that reason, the fact that I know that in a broader scope, if I were not just looking at these in isolation, I would have looked at it in terms of the project itself, the scale of it, the placement of the windows, where they're looking out into the backyard. And I, in the initial process, think that I would have been fine with these, in which case that I'm also fine with them in this scenario. So if were a motion to be made, that is,
I do just want to reiterate before anybody makes a motion of any sort, we are seeing a lot of this lately. So just, you know, we're seeing a lot of doing something and asking for forgiveness or being turned in or whatever, and it is becoming more of a problem. So however this goes, I'd just like to kind of point that out for the record, that it's becoming an increasingly frequent occurrence.
Oh, I will take that under advisement, because I have another project that will need a couple of amendments, so I'll get those filed.
I mean, I'm happy, I mean, every commission member's got to vote, but if I was to make a motion, I would move to deny HPCA -22-00166.
With or without prejudice?
With.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Milner, seconded by Commissioner Wood. Everybody please vote in PrimeGov. Oh, sorry, what? Did mine not go?
No.
Okay, well, I was actually a yay. tie ball game.
Okay, that's what I was,
Do I get to vote?
so.
We had one of these last month, and I forget what the next step is.
It needs to be continued to the next meeting unless somebody changes their mind about how they voted.
Someone could offer another motion and we take another vote, but I don't know that anybody's going to change positions. so.
Yeah, so if that's not the case, then,
I mean, given that you're not waiting on construction, I would probably, ask that we just continue it. and
Continue it for what?
To next month. I mean, we have a very small group here today, so we might have,
you'd
might have a few
more
more commissioners here. I mean, the windows are in, nobody's getting rained on, nobody's waiting for something.
Very true. It's very true. So they will continue to not bother anybody for the foreseeable. And would it, if it comes to pass that we do need to do something, that we do make a change, I'm pretty sure that I can actually have the actual glazing redone where there is no light divider in them, and change out the glass so there are no mullions, So I realize that we can't have a design discussion, but well, that's a potential possibility, rather than ripping the windows out entirely, So
Yeah, I would just visit with staff about that if you need to before next month's meeting, and then,
back to process.
if you're continued, you're welcome to change your, revise your revision, as it were. We do need an
So a
official
motion to continue to the
correct?
February 7th meeting.
I'll make a motion to continue HPCA 22-00166 to the February meeting.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, could everybody please vote in PrimeGov? Okay, we will see you next month with your updated revision. Thank you.
So at this moment in time, if I get a revision in, then we'll be considering that, correct? Is that what we're saying?
If you get a revision in what?
If you change what you've already,
If I change
I
what's
would-
already, because right now we're continuing to next month, and basically we're just going to vote on it again, and unless I put it in something else to be considered, correct?
if you would like something else to be considered, we'd want you to get us that by Tuesday of next week.
Tuesday
But
of next week.
Call me, call Angela. We'll talk through that.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank
Great.
you.
Thanks.
Okay, moving on to HPCA 23-00044 at 621 Northwest 18th Street.
This is Mesta Park Ward 6, consideration and possible action on application by Fallon Brooks Magnus, Jollybird Design, for David DeWitt for certificate of appropriateness to 2, remove existing parking pad and paving elective, 3, install new patio elective, 4, construct new fence elective, 7, construct new garage elective, and 14, install driveway apron and sidewalk at rear elective. The commission has seen this application twice previously and continued it with a request for additional information regarding lot coverage, additional information related to the size and height of the structure, some of the building materials. At this time, we have received no additional information, and as the project is out of continuances, we've recommended denial.
Okay, looks like the applicant is present. Would you please state your name and address for the record?
Fallon Brooks Magnus, 733 Northwest 22nd Street, representing the applicant. So there were a couple things in the staff report. Lot coverage. I'm sorry, that hadn't been calculated yet. Existing lot coverage, including the parking pad and slab for the original garage that is now gone, was 58% existing, and what we were proposing is 64% lot coverage. So it's not an egregious amount.
Do you have documentation reflecting that?
Could not get that in time, but yeah, it's. And then as far as, so one of the issues that we ran into on this one is there's not, the condition doesn't exist for a 2-story garage, and so we had to convince the commission. One of the things that we had gone back and looked at is how many oversized garages exist, and within a 500-foot radius, about 32% of them are oversized. That's not 2-story, that's just oversized over the allotted square footage. The abutting garage next door, which doesn't exist, but it's shown on the Sanborn maps, and again, did not have time to get the to get the documentation in for it, but the garage next door that was torn down is oversized, and then the one abutting to the rear, also oversized on footprint. Still no other real justification for 2 stories other than the sloped lot. That's all I got.
Okay, so other than lot coverage, what were the specifics of what staff wanted to get ahead of this meeting?
So the size is larger than what the guidelines allow, so justification for the size. And then it's a 2-story garage that doesn't meet the guidelines for 2 stories, so justification of 2 stories is what we were hoping to
So no
have
other
before
actual
you.
documentation with regard to the plans, just justification?
I think plans were all good. I think there are a few building materials that we needed more detail on. Those are typically things that are not a deal breaker when everything else is approvable.
Yeah, to me, in the interest of time, I mean, it sounds like as much as I am sympathetic to 2-story garages, and there are opinions on that, but the guidelines are pretty clear, and until that threshold's met, I don't see that threshold being met today. I would say move forward with denial and then modify and reapply would be where I stand.
So the last time I came before the commission, I will say, we talked about the height and we talked about the slope in the rear of the lot, which has an 11-foot difference between the high point of the roof and the high point of the garage. And it was basically what I walked away with was find a way to convince us.
Continue to not be offended by the design of the garage. It is the house, I don't know how many of you have stood in front of this house. It is, from the street, it is a large, large house, as are many on the north side of 18th Street right there. I'm not, personally, I do understand that we're really stretching to get a unique circumstance there, but when I envision a 1-story garage behind a house of this size, it feels a little ridiculous. I'm a little more concerned about the footprint and the increasing lot coverage. I mean, 64%, I know you said that was not substantial, but to me, that's that's like a 10% jump. So, or what did you say, 57 to 64?
It was 54 to 60.
So a 10% jump. So it's fairly substantial. I'm not offended by the massing of a 2-story garage. I am a little concerned about increasing the footprint and diminishing. We're already, if somebody were to say, okay, we'll get on board with 2 stories, that's already granting you a pretty big pass right there. So thinking about expanding it as well is maybe a bridge too far.
So the abutting lot to the north, which is in this image that's on the screen right now, that pad there is the previous carriage house that was torn down. That's how big that footprint was.
Is that a multifamily?
It is multifamily, yes,
Nice
but
try.
it's abutting. I'm just saying, it's abutting. And then the one immediately to the west also had a similar carriage house that was torn down. So if we're going by lot coverage and oversized footprint and all of that, I feel like that's less of a stretch than the height.
Is there a reasonable way to reduce the footprint of the garage?
So we went over this before. I can't remember the exact numbers because I forgot my.
Fallon, is this the one that has the stairs inside of it?
Yes.
But the
So the
garage
reason it's
proper-
over is because
Yes.
of the stairs. Yeah.
I'm recalling now. Okay.
Garage proper is slightly over the guideline still. It's not 450. I think it might be, like 460 or 70 maybe, but it's not egregious.
I'll just say I'll never be on board with the 2-story, and I think I said that last time, so.
And I'll say I'm just here representing someone.
Commissioners, any other comments, questions, thoughts, input?
Yeah, I just don't think we have enough today to approve
Okay.
it.
Then I think we should move on towards a motion, and we'll revisit this hopefully with more information next time.
I think we are out of continuances on this one, so it'll have to be denied, hopefully without prejudice.
I would be in support of that. I think
Yeah,
that's fair.
That's staff's recommendation.
Did you say that's a stretch for?
No, that's
No.
staff's recommending without
Okay,
prejudice.
okay.
So then,
concur.
can I make a motion? Can I move denial of HPCA-23-00044, items 2, 3, is it 14, what is it, 4, 7, and 14, without prejudice?
Second.
Okay. Could you all please vote in PrimeGov? Okay, the motion carries. We will see you next time.
All right. Next one's me too, so.
Oh, we will see you right now. Okay.
It's been a while, huh?
HPCA 23-00136 at 620 Northwest 18th Street.
This is Mesta Park, Ward 6, consideration and possible action on application by Fallon Brooks Magnus, Jolly Bird Design, for David DeWitt for certificate of appropriateness to 1, demolish primary dwelling elective, and 2, remove fence elective. Similarly, this is one the commission has seen twice before and had requested various additional information regarding the condition of the structure. We have not received any new information at this time, so staff has recommended denial.
Okay, looks like the applicant's still here. Would you restate your name and address for the record?
Fallon Brooks, 733 Northwest 22nd, representing the client,
Okay, thank you.
applicant, whatever. So we don't have any additional information because getting an engineer to write you a 20-page letter in the middle of the holidays is impossible. It's not going to happen. And we are out of continuances. So I'm not an engineer. I don't think you guys are going to accept my report that I wrote, but I just take a walk by and take a whiff, and I think it justifies itself. But if we have to come back, we'll come back.
I did want to point out, because these comments did not make it into the online agenda, that we do have comments from we have Mesta Park agreeing with staff's recommendation, and we have a couple of comments from Heritage Hills basically saying the same thing, that demolitions are concerning, but there are clearly a lot of non-historic aspects of this building that need to be addressed. So just wanted to call those out since not everybody gets to see those.
Absolutely. It's a unique circumstance. I mean, just looking at it, you can tell how much of the massing on the left side is not original. The house doesn't take up the whole width of the lot. So in order to make the existing footprint work, we'll have to tear all that off and then build a new addition that is probably not compliant with the guidelines, which means you guys are going to have to find special circumstance for it. And then on top of that, the entire house, the sill plates, all the foundation walls, they have to be rebuilt. We have to jack this whole thing up. It's rotten, all of it, like it's gonna fall. It's just, I mean, I've seen a lot of houses. I'm typically in favor of preservation, but this one I just don't see how it's salvageable.
Well, I may never utter these words again. I would definitely be in favor of demolition on this. That said, I think that we need to take extreme care and caution in recommending something like that. So I would not be in favor of it with what's before us.
Okay.
But I would love to see a more thorough engineering report
Just
on the
without
property.
prejudice is all I ask.
Okay. I don't know how anybody else feels, but those are kind
Okay.
of sums up my thought.
Is there anybody in the public that wants to?
Yes, any public comments on this? Sorry, I'm very bad at remembering that. Thank you for the reminder. If no one from the public wishes to speak, I would be in favor of a motion to, sounds like, deny this one.
Would you like me to make a motion?
Sure thing.
I move to deny HPCA-23-00136, items 1 and 2, without prejudice. Is that what we're wanting to do? Okay.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Milner. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Wood. Everybody vote in PrimeGov, please. Okay, the motion carries. Now we will see you next time. Okay, case number 4, HPCA 23-00142 at 1440 Northwest 35th Street.
This is Putnam Heights, Ward 2, consideration and possible action on application by Adam Luck for certificate of appropriateness to 1, install fence elective, and 2, construct deck elective. Staff has recommended approval of the deck as proposed. Issues with the fence are basically that it sits farther forward than what the guidelines allow an administrative approval for fencing. It is forward of that mark by about 3 feet, and that is because of existing HVAC equipment. In reviewing this kind of internally with staff, we did provide a recommendation of approval with some conditions attached, but quite honestly, based on the conditions at the site, would be supportive of approval as proposed for both
Okay.
items.
Well, it looks like the applicant is present. Would you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Adam Luck, and address is 1440 Northwest 35th Street.
Okay. I agree with staff's updated recommendation that I'm fine with things as they exist. My only question was, would we need to approve it with a unique circumstance if we're removing that agreed upon condition?
Hold on, I'm in the wrong one. I think you could include a unique circumstance that the placement is based on existing permanent features of the site. I don't know that that's absolutely a necessity, but that would
Okay.
cover your bases.
Commissioners, any questions for the applicant, comments, a motion?
Would you like me to make a motion?
Well, we better see if anybody from the
Yeah.
public wants to speak. Anyone? No? Okay. Well, if nobody has any issue with the application as it exists, I would certainly be in favor of a motion to approve.
I'll move to approve HPCA-23-00136. Both items 1 and 2, with specific findings as noted in the staff report, and we want to add unique circumstances, that the fence placement is based on permanent features on the site.
And
All right?
correction on the case number?
Oh.
00142,
What did I say? I'm sorry.
00136.
Goodness. HPCA-23-00142. I just got excited. It's an approval.
I
you
know, I second.
Okay, good deal. Thank you. Do we have a second?
I will second.
Okay, everybody please vote in PrimeGov.
PrimeGov is giving us some trouble, so we might have to do a voice vote.
Okay,
So, all in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
aye.
Any opposed?
Okay, congratulations. Enjoy your fence and your deck.
Thank you all so much. Appreciate it.
Okay, moving on to HPCA 23-00147 at 108 Northwest 19th Street.
This is located in Heritage Hills East, Ward 6. Consideration of possible action on application by Dina Canary, Omega Investment, for Scarlet Lake Cow, Omega Investments, for certificate of appropriateness to 1, replace windows, damage beyond repair required, 2, infill windows and doors required, 3, frame around carport columns elective, 4, construct pergola required, 5, replace siding where necessary required, and 6, replace roof elective. As you can kind of tell from the number of items that are required, some of this work is already ongoing and underway. I'll let the kind of applicant walk through what the plans are, but just briefly, the front windows and rear windows appear to be non-historic, so likely not any issue with replacing those windows. There do appear to be 4/1 historic wood windows that should be either repaired or replaced in kind. There is back infill where they propose to enclose doors and windows. Typically, we allow for those kinds of modifications on the rear of the structure where it's not visible from the street, but there is a window proposed to be infilled on the side of the dwelling that is farther forward than where we would allow that kind of a change. They have proposed to frame in around the existing carport, kind of making it look more like a historic porte-cochere. We have not recommended approval of that. The carport is existing, it can remain, but really should be kept to ordinary maintenance and repair type work and not made to look like a historic feature that it really is not. There is a pergola proposed in the backyard. that is partially visible from the street, other than the visibility that the commission may want to consider, that appears to meet guidelines for those types of features when in a rear yard. Siding appears to meet requirements for matching the siding, although we have asked for additional documentation of the condition of the existing siding. And then the roof does not appear to actually require a certificate of appropriateness as proposed for that roof replacement. That's considered ordinary maintenance and repair.
Okay. Would you please state your name and address for the record?
Scarlett Lee Cow, address is 20 Northwest 13.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, questions for the applicant about this project? I would say let's go item by item if you all do have comments and questions. It is a fairly lengthy proposal, and we do have some comments submitted on it. Let me just get to the bottom here. Maybe. Okay, replacing windows damaged beyond repair, item 1. Questions, comments, or concerns? We do have some comments from the neighborhood about that, and potential confusion over whether these were salvageable or not before they were removed. Can you kind of speak to why you removed them to begin with?
It's on the one side of the house, and it's when the roof was leaking, and it's the damage all the wood clads all around it. There's no way it can be salvageable. There should be some photos of the existing photos of the windows inside. And the glass is not real glass either. It was plexiglass.
So we've got some neighborhood comments here stating that the windows were, let me jump to it. The windows were removed and placed in a dumpster, which broke most of the glass, were salvaged by neighbors, and then given back to the workers weeks later after they were cited by the city. So are those original windows still in your possession and salvageable?
It's inside the house. There's no way it can be salvageable. Those windows are be kept because those can be restored. The other side where's the roof, those are restored. I'm not throwing those away. This is the back of the house, and those are the add-on. I don't think it belonged to the house when it was first built. And the roof leaks all the way in the back and on the side of the house. And there was window units on the windows as well, with plexiglasses and plastic bags.
Well, it sounds like staff's recommending approval with conditions. So
And those conditions are that the windows that are replaced that have multi-panes in the upper sash actually match these windows.
Yes.
These have more divisions than what your documentation showed, and so I want documentation that supports a match between the two.
Yes.
That's the only difference.
Okay, yeah.
If nobody has any other questions about the windows, we can jump down to review some of these other items, infilling the windows and doors.
And just to re-summarize, primarily the windows and doors proposed to be infilled are on the rear of the house, and some included in the addition. So we would support enclosing those windows and doors based on their location, with the condition that the east window be retained and not be enclosed. Just to make sure I'm talking about the right window.
right, so the conditions are, and just make sure we're all on the same page. If the commission's okay with it, you will provide additional documentation that matches what Angela's looking for. And then if
Regarding
that-
the windows, not the
regarding
inbuilt,
the
but the windows.
windows, provided that it is shown to match what Angela has, if we approve that, that would be the condition.
Okay, and how about the enclosed, on that end, that used to have like a window units?
So staff is recommending approval of enclosing the windows on the rear, but not the smaller window on the side.
Yeah, I'm not
The east
enclosed
side.
those, yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about the pergola. Staff is recommending a continuance on the construction of the pergola. Some concerns being the location primarily. I believe it's currently placed on the previously existing garage pad, is that correct? Or is it just where a garage would be?
There's no garage was there.
Was
at
the
all.
concrete pad there when you purchased the property?
It was very broken.
It just looks like that's where a garage may have been originally. So I think that was the concern, is just kind of, placement that's not really in keeping with the historic character. Commissioners, any thoughts on the pergola?
Yeah, it's like it's built in lieu of where the garage was. I mean, it's not like it's in front of a garage as a carport.
And it's all the way in the backyard.
Right.
Yeah.
Katie, do we have specific guidelines prohibiting something of that nature being in that spot?
So we have guidelines for administrative approval of pergolas in locations that are not visible from the public right-of-way.
Okay.
And then we have guidelines that say pergola, talking about construction of pergolas and how they attach to or relate to other structures. Let's see. And then guideline 3.4.3 says, do not add a pergola or freestanding trellis on a prominent elevation where none existed historically. I would say, when I read prominent elevation, I take that to mean putting it on the front or the side of the house where it's visible from the street, not in a backyard. So I think the commission has some leeway in where you determine a pergola to be appropriate and the extent to which it's appropriate for it to be visible, and whether or not the size is appropriate, that sort of thing. For staff approval, we could not approve a pergola in this location because you can see it from the street.
Okay, and I was just trying to jump back and find a picture of the pergola as it currently exists.
So on the screen, on page 6.
Is there
Yeah, that's another photo.
yeah, that's what I was looking for. I knew I saw it earlier. I just wanted to confirm that. So that is decking. It's not built directly onto concrete, correct?
Yeah, it looks
Yeah.
like she's
Okay.
using the pad as a foundation
Okay.
for it.
I know we've reviewed some of these in the past where it was kind of like, are they trying to, skirt around not being able to have a carport by adding a pergola? That does not look like what's happening here to me. So while it's not where I would ideally love to see one, I don't really see a reason to, deny its location.
Yeah, I would argue that if the pad had been removed when the garage was removed, you wouldn't be the wiser.
Yeah, I tend to agree.
So again, I'm just going to comment again about the process.
Yep.
That we're right back, I feel like where we were maybe earlier today, and items were done, and now we're here, it's here, and this always puts such a weight on us that but it's already done, and it's just going to be more work to have to go. I didn't build it though. You're in a historic neighborhood, and this is the situation, and it's just very difficult.
Well, and that's the gist of the neighborhood comments that were submitted too, is that, neighborhood comments, and I believe we have some people from the neighborhood here to speak. If y'all would rather, we can do that, or I can read the comments. Would y'all like to speak to it?
I'd rather hear from the neighbors.
Okay.
Agreed.
Well, do you want to jump to that? Because it seems like there's kind of some history with regard to what John's stating about the work that was being done and kind of, ignoring the process and moving
we
forward
talked
on
about
this.
It's a very lengthy process, like all the paperwork and all that is very complicated. It's not like you can whip it out in like a day or something when you have to pay for interest, taxes, everything else, and get the workers continue the work, and primarily not to wait for vandalism as well. So what I have to do what I have to do.
Well, that is kind of the burden of doing one
And
of
then
these
the
in a
pergola
historic
is all the
preservation
way in the
neighborhood.
backyard, not just right in front or anywhere that anyone can, scrutinize it. I just don't think, like, I didn't know that building a pergola inside my backyard, way in the back, would require some kind of approval when it's on my property, way, way behind my backyard.
Ma'am, did you know you were in a historic district?
Well, the house just got approved into the HP, I would say like a few months before I bought it,
When did you purchase the home?
not too long ago.
I think this was back in 2021, 2020, 2019 maybe, that Heritage Hills East was, I mean, it's been a part of the HP for a long time, but I think what you're speaking to is when it was included in the Heritage Hills Neighborhood Association.
Heritage Hills East has been a City of Oklahoma City Historic District since 1999, I think.
Well, someone informed me that it just got into the HP like
I think what
a
you're
few
speaking to
months.
is when they merged with Heritage Hills proper, but it has had its own historic preservation
Okay.
designation status for much longer. Any way you slice it, this is the burden of doing a renovation project, whether it's, for yourself or for profit or whatever reason within one of these districts. And John's right that, there is kind of seemingly a long and outlined history of work being done while neighbors and the city were.
It's very confusing. Like sometimes you don't know which part will need to apply, which part won't need to be applied. It takes a long time to understand a lengthy project. And then just to replace the windows alone, it have to be like, okay, the front windows, I have metal windows. If I replace it, do I have to apply for it? Like those are lengthy projects, and then it needs someone to call and all that. It takes a lot of time for my staff to go through all of this, and you have to get an architect to involve in these situations. An architect is like a month out on most of projects.
Unfortunately, our only role here is to review the work. I mean, I do
Exactly.
understand what you're saying, but
now
it's,
you're
it's a
talking
part
about
of
me
it.
starting the work before it getting approved. Yes, I have to start the work because I have people to pay for. And I have to pay property taxes on this too.
Can we hear from the public, please?
Yeah, sure. Members of the public? She'll have to
Okay.
stand at the podium.
Okay.
Hello, would you please state your name and address for the record?
Certainly, Marva Ellard, 1521 North Chartel Avenue.
Thought for a moment you were here so often you were just going to go by Marva.
I'm happy to go by Marva. So,
Okay, so kind
By
of give
the-
us the background on what the neighborhood thinks about this.
by the way, Heritage Hills East has been a preservation district for 25 years. So it didn't happen overnight. This is the third case in Heritage Hills. Although Heritage Hills is a part of Heritage Hills now, it is still its own separate preservation district according to the city. This is the third case on window removal and work done in Heritage Hills East in the last few months that you've seen. There was the fourplex where the man painted the brick and took out half of his windows. There was the case last month where hopefully some of the windows are still inside the property that a Heritage Hills resident bought in the 100 block on 15th Street, and now this case on 19th. Mrs. Cow is very familiar with preservation districts, and if you want to do business in a preservation district, you pay by the rules, and I don't think you get preferential treatment by running in and doing things and hoping you don't get your hand slapped. We worked for 2 weeks to get the city to come out and issue a stop work order on this. We were fully aware that there wasn't a CA on the property. If the windows are in the house, then take photos of them and let you all see them, and you can determine whether they're usable or not. It's just too much history of this going on, and there has to be consequences. A lot of us do work pretty much solely on historic properties, and we play by the rules. We get the permits. We write the National Register nominations, and we still have the same expenses as everyone does. You know, we're happy that the house is going to be in better shape, but I don't think people should basically get a free pass if they start early on a project. I'll let Randy talk to you for a few minutes.
Well, if we start with this way, I don't think I asked for any special treatment at all. And when I called and then it said that, yes, you can do anything inside the house before, starting the whole paperwork and all that. And that's what I did. Yeah, my contractors, make a mistake, and then they took the windows, put in the dumpster. And when the neighbor called, I said, yeah, you need to pick them up right away. You cannot do that. You cannot throw away things that I told you not to throw away. People make mistakes.
Yes,
And
we
it's
see
done
that a
by
lot.
contractors,
Well,
not by me.
We do
so-
see that a lot on the commission, but unfortunately, all we really have the ability to review is the work that's been done, whether it was a mistake or purposeful. So, I mean, that just, again, it goes.
But I turn in the applications now, and then everything matched to the standards that you require. So I don't understand what is the situations here.
I have a follow-up on that as the newer member of the commission. Obviously, we are seeing a trend of people doing work and then getting forgiveness later. But if they're doing work that would have been approved, what is the alternate pathway from here? Like, if the staff recommends that it would have that it's approved, in what way does it matter that it's been done versus not been done? And that's for my education.
Yeah, so the ordinance calls for the commission to review work that has already occurred as if it had not yet occurred. So they both are not, an applicant should not be penalized because they already did the work if the work otherwise meets applicable guidelines and regulations. Alternatively, they shouldn't be given preferential treatment or kind of going easy on them because it's already done and, it would be an inconvenience to make them go back and undo the work. We're supposed to look at it as if it was a new application for work that had not yet occurred and determine whether or not that work is appropriate. And I understand that this was a property where work was ongoing, neighbors were concerned and were contacting staff and contacting the city. And I certainly appreciate the neighborhood's comments. I appreciate Mrs. Cow's comments. But we do have to focus on what's in front of the commission as far as the proposed work and what can be approved today and
Appreciate
what
that.
cannot be approved.
Yes, I appreciate that.
I think with that said, let's jump around to talk about the framing around the carports. That's something that, the framing around the carport, around those columns.
If we may, I do have a question for staff about the pergola before we
Okay,
get off
yeah.
of that. And this is the main thing I see on the pergola, is you state in here it may be misinterpreted as a carport. And I totally agree with that from looking at this. But what is it that, is there a guideline or something that led to staff making that comment here?
So I think that's just kind of a general observation about the placement of the pergola in relation to where a garage historically would have been.
The house has an existing metal carport at the front.
If you could wait, this is a question for staff, please.
I'm just think you might
I'm
confuse
asking
with
if you
two.
could please wait
Yeah.
while staff finishes their answer.
Yeah, there is an existing carport. I think, so we don't have a guideline that says you cannot have a carport. We have guidelines that talk about where an accessory structure generally should be placed, and accessory structures should be in the backyard where accessory structures would have typically been historically. So I think one could argue that, well, it kind of reads as a carport from the street. I think you could also argue that this is where an accessory structure would have been, and therefore it's an appropriate place for a new accessory structure now in the rear yard, the back corner. So I think that's just kind of a general observation. There's not a guideline that says you cannot have a carport.
And reading further into what you're saying would be that the placement of this is in a prominent location because it's viewable from the street, and it should have been located where a pergola would usually have been if there was a garage or carport there, a parking structure there.
So I don't consider, the guideline talks about a prominent elevation, and I don't consider this to be a prominent elevation.
All right.
it could have been to the other side of the yard where it would be more so fully screened by the house. And if it was in a location where it was fully screened by the house and not visible from the street, staff would have been able to approve it. Yeah.
I could add a
May I-
gate
may-
at
may-
the front.
May I ask you a question about it?
Yes,
Is it attached to the concrete pad that it is sitting on? Is it sitting on a concrete pad?
yes,
Is it attached to the concrete pad?
yes, it has to be secured to the concrete pad.
Okay,
yes.
that's what I wanted to know.
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to the the framing around the carport columns. My understanding is that the guidelines do not support an alteration of a non-conforming structure. Is that correct?
So we have a couple of issues with the carport. One is that it is arguably a non-historic feature. It probably is over 50 years old, so some people might make a case for its historic character as a mid-century carport. But it is certainly not contributing to the original character of the house, and therefore, once we start working on that, maintenance is appropriate, kind of modest repairs are appropriate, but if it's going to be more extensively rehabilitated, it really should be removed entirely because it's not an appropriate feature. The other issue is that what's proposed is to essentially encase it and make it look like a porte-cochere, which is a historic feature that was not there originally. And the guidelines very clearly don't support construction of historic features that did not actually exist. So staff would support maintaining, repairing the carport as it is. It doesn't have to be torn down, but staff would not support something that kind of hides it and makes it look like a Craftsman bungalow, original feature.
To be clear, though, it could be torn down
Oh, it could certainly be
as a
removed.
non-conforming, non-original structure. I can't get behind the framing end of the columns on the carport. I don't think that there's really any justification for it that I can come to. I would certainly support you removing it. I'd be thrilled if you removed it.
I didn't know I can remove it. That's why I was like, maybe we'll just build it up. So
Are you open to just removing it
Oh,
and
yes,
removing
absolutely.
that item? Okay.
Yes, because I didn't know it's okay to remove it or
Yes,
not.
if it is non-historic, non-conforming, you still have to ask, but generally, that's something we can do. Commissioners, any other questions regarding this? I don't think I had any issue with the roof, and it seems like staff has kind of addressed all of the concerns and questions regarding replacement siding. There are some agreed upon conditions in here, and I just wanted to make sure that staff had the opportunity to go over those with the applicant or to check in and see if we needed to go over those here. Katie, has staff been able to visit with?
So I'm not sure if you and Angela have had a conversation about getting additional documentation of the
I
extent of deterioration of
think-
the siding.
Yes, I did send the material. We finally found a match for that wood siding. It's the cedar, and I think it's exact the same. Yeah.
I think we have good documentation on the new siding. Do you have photos of the existing siding that needs to be replaced? Because typically we wouldn't support replacing historic siding if it's in good condition to begin with.
It looks like that. It's rotten like that. Just the bottom, like 2 feet up.
Okay, so that's the only portion that you're
Yeah.
replacing? Okay. We may follow up with you to further define that.
Okay.
But I think that's something that we can work through at the staff level.
And Katie, on these agreed upon conditions on the window replacement, really just number 2, is that something that we're still able to do? That we're still able to get a window survey and prove that that it's justifiable to replace?
So that's up to the commission, if, the extent that you want to define that and defer it to staff, or if you want to see it come back with more information on the windows.
I struggle with that one. I would like to see more information just to kind of echo Commissioner Milner's point that this is something we're seeing an awful lot of, and
What do you want from that? I think I sent the documents of the windows already.
I don't know exactly what's been communicated to staff already, so I couldn't speak to, what's lacking, but in general, we require pretty extensive documentation of a window's condition, window by window, so each one requiring its own photo documentation.
I think I did send that to, okay, okay.
You do have that, Angela?
No, but we can work on that
Okay.
together.
So I would personally be more comfortable with continuing that item or agreed upon conditions to work with staff.
I have a question on the windows on that. If it was coming before us, then normally wouldn't we see that documentation instead of just relying that she's going to provide it? Because
Yes.
I don't want to approve these items on the presumption that she's going to present that information. At this point, I'm not comfortable with that.
We sent out the documents like months ago of all the windows and with the photos of the
Excuse me, ma'am,
current.
can we talk to staff, please?
Okay.
So I would say we have a partial window survey.
Okay.
We have good documentation on the windows that are not historic.
But you didn't
that we're
include that
comfortable
in the report, or is it
That's in here, and I think you've got some of that attached.
Of the
And then
non-historic
on some of
windows.
the non-historic?
some of the other windows, we have photos, but we don't quite have the level of detail that we would typically hope to get.
Okay, and I think we've got somebody in the, Dr. Ice is raising his hand to comment. So Dr. Ice, do you want to come on up and state your name and address for the record?
Randy Ice, 119 Northwest 19th Street.
Thank you, sir.
I live across the street from this property. I own the property immediately adjacent. I was out and I spoke to the contractors over and over and over, at least 10 times, telling them, don't rip out the windows, don't take off the siding, don't put up the pergola. You have to have permission for all of this. And they kept telling me, I talked to my boss, I follow what my boss says. My boss doesn't think she needs permission to do any of these things, all right? The neighbors came out, they saw the windows being pulled out with crowbars, they tossed them in a dumpster in the street. I'm too old to crawl around in dumpsters, but I got some of the younger neighbors in the neighborhood to pull them out, and they put them in my shed. Because I told the repairman, you're gonna want these back, okay? Because these are the exact windows you need to have back in those places. The city sent out code enforcement, they put a stop work order, work kept going on. Didn't pay attention to it, all right? It's very frustrating. The pergola, right down this north-south stretch, is the city sewer. They stuck, now I know the previous garage was sitting on top of the sewer main, but if they tear a building down, you don't put it back on the easement, which the city has to get to. At the very back of that pergola, there's a manhole that the city has to get to maintain the sewers. And if somebody had asked, somebody from Public Works would have said, you know, it's probably too close to the manhole for us to get equipment back in there. I own the garage right next door. There's a setback in the plat. If somebody had asked, they would have said, you know, that pergola is too close to the property line, okay? There's no pergolas in Heritage Hills East. I was president of Heritage Hills East for 30 years. There's not one pergola in Heritage Hills East, all right? There was a garage back there. The garage was right next to the garage I own. In fact, it was so close that at some point along history, they kind of put a little closet in between the two of them. And then they tore the garage down. My garage didn't get torn down because I took care of it, okay? But these other people let the roof cave in. And then, but they didn't damage the windows. All these windows she ripped out were operational. They needed new ropes. I've been in the house. I knew the people who lived there. Again, I owned the property next door for 30 years and lived across the street for 40 years. Okay. The property was not in bad condition. It's not in good condition now, but it's in much worse condition since the current owner took possession of it. The redwood siding has been pulled off. The bottom 1 or 2 layers were bad, okay? But you could fix that easily. You didn't need to go up 2 foot, okay? A lot of this is just, and you just do things without asking. No permits. The historic marker for the neighborhood is visible from the front porch. It's on the corner. There is no doubt that this is in the historic district. And this owner lives in the historic area, understands what the rules are. I don't know what to say about this. It's very frustrating, especially when you sit on your front porch and you watch the damage being done and you tell the workers to stop and they tell you, my boss said keep doing it. My boss says the rules don't apply to me. Okay? Well, that's frustrating. That's how society breaks down when people disobey the law. Thank you.
So to kind of summarize, I'm seeing that really there's no big issue with items number 2, as long as we are all on board with the agreed upon condition of removing the east window from that conversation and with replacing the roof. The pergola, you know, do I love it? No. Do I see a real reason to deny it? Also no. Now, these other things, you know, that we are lacking.
But add a gate at the front, would that be okay?
You would have to come back for
Yes,
an approval
absolutely.
for a gate, so that would be an entirely different.
Different,
Yes.
yeah, I understand.
So, regarding these things that we're lacking documentation on, to echo a couple of you, you know, I do think this is becoming habitual, that people are doing things first, whether it's in error or purposefully, and then coming to us for approvals or forgiveness. I would personally like to continue these and see the documentation ourselves rather than move forward with an agreed upon condition.
On any items you would, or are there some that?
No, I have that on items 1 and 5. Item 2, I'm completely comfortable moving forward with the agreed upon condition because it sounds like everybody's all on the same page. I mean, I think we have the documentation there. I just think we need to state that the east window is to be removed from the list of windows and doors being infilled.
So you're suggesting continuing 1 and 5?
I am, yes.
Approving 2, denying 3.
Approving 4 with the specific findings. I mean, again, I don't love it. I don't know if anybody has a stronger opinion than me, but I'm not really seeing a just cause for denial.
I mean, my stance on the pergola, and this is a question for staff, in terms of the guide.
And it's not the final finish either. I mean, it has not been staying.
We're really just talking about the location, so that's pretty irrelevant.
Other than it being, I mean, looking at it like it's a rendering, right? Like, would staff have, does this meet the guidelines outside of the fact that it's already been built? There's not like a clause in there that says there has to be an abutting property or predominant in the neighborhood to have a pergola?
No, there's nothing in the guidelines that references presence of pergolas elsewhere on the block or in the surrounding area. They're not a typical historic feature at most properties, but they are becoming quite common in the neighborhood. I think we tend to look at them as fairly temporary in nature, not having a huge impact on the ultimate, character and integrity of a historic district. It's not attached to a structure. It's removable, when it comes down to it. You all have approved much more substantial and much more permanent pergola-type structures in other yards. I think the comment that staff would have made had this come in and not already been constructed is that it would be more appropriate to have it in a location that was less visible from the street.
The reason is there because it was a structure on top of that before, and then the house is small. It's like 3-bedroom, and in the futures, we'll leave the yard on the side so the futures owners can build a swimming pool. And if the swimming pool is there, I don't think you want to. I don't want the kids to run in naked on the side that side of the street.
Well,
either,
we only deal in the present.
Exactly, but I'm just saying the reasoning behind it, and then just like some common sense in there.
No, I think we understand.
Yeah. I think we're ready to make a few motions on this. Who wants to tackle this one?
What meeting are we continuing items 1 and 5 to?
I mean, I think to February, unless there's a request for more time.
What's the date
I don't
of
think
that
you're
one?
gonna have time for February.
Prior to site visits, I was personally not aware of the extent of siding that had been removed. I do not think that it's possible for the applicant to meet the condition that I've asked for on number 5. But I do believe that there's a significant amount of remaining siding that we can match with that. So this condition that cannot be met, you may not want to include it for item number 5.
Okay, I think that we had discussed continuing item 5.
Based on that condition?
Well, is there other information that can be gathered, or is this just a, hey, everything's gone, you have to decide yes or no?
I think yes. I think we have a proposal for replacement siding that is a very good match for the historic siding.
Okay.
I think the siding that was damaged is gone.
Yes.
So we're not going to get documentation of that
Approval.
beyond a Google Street View.
Okay,
So I think we can.
no conditions
I'm
there?
I'm comfortable with approving item 5
Okay,
With no
with
conditions?
no condition.
Okay.
so we're just continuing item 1.
Continuing item 1 and denying item 3 with prejudice is what I have.
And again, what commission hearing are we continuing item 1 to? Because this is a documentation one, correct?
So the commission is considering continuing the proposal to replace windows to a future meeting so that you can provide additional documentation of the windows that you still have that are in the house, better photos of what's there.
Okay.
Can you provide that by this coming Tuesday?
Yeah.
And then we can
Yes,
continue
we
to the
sent
February 2nd?
several times already.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
then-
February 2nd, 7th, sorry.
The only problem the only problem I have is with the the only problem I have is with the pergola. I think it needs to be in a different location.
Okay.
So let's put it separate.
Okay.
Okay.
I-
Continue that as well?
I'll start with, because we're just going to do one item's being continued, right? So I'm going to, yes,
Wanting to continue the pergola.
Hey, we can vote on it.
separate, I'm just going to pull that one
Yeah.
aside. Okay, so I will move to continue HPCA-23-00147, item 1, to the February 2nd commission meeting.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Everybody please vote in PrimeGov. Okay, that motion carries. Moving on.
Okay, then I'll move to approve HPCA-23-00147, item number 2,
Okay, do we have?
number 5, and number 6. I can do those together.
Yes, yes, that's correct.
May we hold on item number 5?
And why?
The one we just-
Yeah. What,
Is there,
yes.
to your knowledge, I'm not well educated on the difference between the finishes of cedar and redwood.
Okay, so do we need,
As
so
far
do
as
we
siding
need
goes.
documentation on this, or, I'm sorry, I think I just.
Yeah, sorry, I
I
think we're getting a
apologize
couple of
for
mixed
that.
messages.
That's entirely my fault. I thought I was on very even ground for a second, but now I've been informed that I'm not.
So item 5 needs to be continued as well? I mean, is,
Apparently. Well, so we have.
I guess my
a
question is-
We have a proposed replacement siding that is wood siding that matches the dimension and profile of the existing siding. I am not aware whether it is the same type of wood. To be honest, that is something we don't typically get in the weeds with applicants because they're going to put wood siding on and they're going to paint it. There are different qualities and characteristics of wood, and obviously some are much more durable and certain things historically, and sometimes they're not available today. So if you all want more information on the type of wood to be used or have questions or comments about that, then we may need more information there.
Okay.
And I may be ignorant, but I feel like if you're painting it, no one's gonna be inspecting the grain under the paint to that extent, I wouldn't think.
I appreciate that.
I say we stick with his motion.
Yeah.
Okay,
Stick with your motion.
okay. Do I need to recite that? Are we,
I've got.
I'm going to do it again.
For a second.
Because
Yeah.
I don't even know where I am. Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to move approval of HPCA-23-00147, items 2, 5, and 6.
Okay.
And do we have any, do I need to add any specific findings
We
in the
we
staff
do
report?
have agreed upon conditions regarding the east window in item 2.
Okay,
I think you're covered if you say with the findings and conditions in the staff report.
with the findings and conditions in the staff report. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, if you all would please vote in prime. Oh, Commissioner Ramey, seconded. Yes. Okay, that too has passed. So I think we've got one more.
We've got two more.
Two
We
more.
have
Two
the
more.
carport
Gosh,
columns
sorry.
and the pergola. Sorry.
Okay, so now we've got item 3, frame around carport. But we've decided we can just remove the carport. Isn't that the
I
applicant
think
decided to do?
would the proper
So-
motion be to deny this with prejudice, though, just to
Okay,
Yeah.
firm that up?
Yeah. And then we can administratively approve removal of it if they want to go forward with that.
got it. Okay, I'm going to move to deny HPCA-23-00147, item 3, with prejudice.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Milner.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramey. Oh. Okay, that motion also carries.
Just go right into it.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, and lastly, I will make a motion to approve HPCA-23-00147, item 4, and I don't have the staff report up on that one. Do I need to include anything from staff report in that one?
It did have specific findings, but I don't think it had anything else.
Okay, with specific findings as noted in the staff report?
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Okay, that too has passed. So, with that, I think we are finished with this case. We will see you next month regarding those couple of continuances.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
One continuance,
One
right?
continuance.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, I'm still confused over the citing. Okay. Moving on to HPCA 23-00148 at 827 Northwest 17th Street.
This is in Mesta Park, Ward 6, consideration and possible action on application by Taylor Volk, Clovor LLC for certificate of appropriateness to 1, replace 2-story accessory structure required. We did not receive any additional information on this application in time for inclusion in your packet. This application does have one remaining continuance. Staff has strongly encouraged the applicant to consider taking a continuance to March so that they have time to really work through the concerns that have been addressed at previous meetings about the design. This could have been on the docket for continuances, but the applicant did indicate that they wanted to have the opportunity to speak. I would say with no new information, we need to limit comments. There's nothing for the committee to discuss today.
Okay, looks like are you the applicant?
I am on behalf of the applicant.
Okay, could you state your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Pamela Volk, and my address is 1729 22nd, Northwest 22nd Street.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, to just reiterate what Katie just said, it doesn't look like we're seeing anything that's substantially different from what we saw last month, and with such a full docket, I'm hesitant to dive into basically the same application.
Yes, understandable. If you don't mind, I would just like to ask two things to kind of be reiterated from previous meetings, if that's okay, if I can request that. I want to apologize ahead of time if I have a tickle in my throat, but a couple of things that have been mentioned in the meeting today, it was talked about if a project had, there were some mistakes that were made, but if that project had been approved previously with what they're trying to do, wanting to do moving forward, which has always been where we were trying to get it to the historic structure that was already there with the improvements of, like say the siding, which would match, like previously it was siding that would not match the historic homes, but with that now. So I just wanted to state like that to be considered. Katie, if you wouldn't mind, would you mind just stating how you talked about that guidance just a moment ago in the previous case?
About work that's already been done?
If it would have been previously approved.
Yes, so when we review a case where the work has already been undertaken or the work is already ongoing, the commission is supposed to consider that as if it was a new proposal and not weigh, any sort of benefit to the applicant because, oh, it's already done, they can just go ahead, it's not that bad, but also not punish the applicant for doing the work. They're supposed to take a neutral position. Does the work meet the guidelines or not? That's the question before the commission.
Thank you. As well as in a previous meeting, there was a conversation regarding what parts of the project would be handled when it came to planning and permits versus initial approval through through you guys. If we could kind of revisit that from last meeting too, or do you know what I'm talking about? I'm sorry, this is a big learning experience
No,
for me.
I think we've had previous discussions about the use of the structure. The commission's general purview is the design, the exterior of the building and the site, and not the interior. That's something that gets looked at when it goes to plan review. But we do try to pay attention to what the anticipated use is for a structure and not keep moving people forward with a use that ultimately is not allowed. So, and that ultimately they're not going to be able to get a building permit for.
Thank you. Thanks for reviewing that with us. I just wanted to thank you guys. Working with staff has been a learning process all along, and we really have appreciated those opportunities. So with that we've already said what we're going to do moving forward. So thank you.
Okay, so I did just want to call attention to some neighborhood comments that did not make the online agenda, stating that Mesta Park would be in favor of the application being denied with prejudice. They state that the property has been an issue in the neighborhood for years, and the proposed building simply is not compatible with either the neighborhood or the historic preservation guidelines. What I would recommend before the March meeting is, if we're going to continue, we've seen this, I don't know how many times, but more than 5 or 6. I think it's not really appropriate to continue reviewing it without some substantial changes, because we're using the time coming up with the same specific findings, the same issues, the same plans every time. So staff has done a really good job of outlining specific findings in this report. There are 6 of them. I would just, encourage you guys to really take a look at those before the March meeting.
Understandable. In consideration, statement was made that this has been an issue for years, that neighbors have had an issue. He has not owned this property for years, nor was that something that would have been told to him when he purchased it. Anybody in the neighborhood could have purchased this property on their own if they had concerns about it, and then made sure that it was made the way they wanted before it was put back on the market. They did not choose to do so, and as a new owner, you wouldn't know what you're going to run up against if they're saying for years and years and years the neighbors have wanted it a certain way, have been fighting it all this time.
Well, they did just say years. I don't know about years and years and years, but yes.
He has not owned it for very long.
Seemingly, I think we have some members of the public who'd like to speak to this while we have the opportunity. So if anybody wants to come up to the podium, sir, and state your name and address for the record.
While you're walking up, I think the applicant has agreed to a continuance to the March 6th meeting, which would be their last continuance. At that time, they would either have something before the commission that could be approved, or it would be denied at that point. So just to lay that groundwork for any additional
Hi, my name's Steve Mathis. I live at 819 Northwest 16th, just around the corner from this. This picture is something that we see every day, driving back and forth to work, to Homeland, whatever. This has been there for a year because I was down here to speak against it, and it was cold, and it's just now cold again. So I don't know the exact date, but it would have been January or February of last year. This building is still here. He started this building without permission. It was Raina Pawlowski that ratted him out, who lives across the street from me. We've been trying to get this building torn down. It's not in the same place that the original structure was, as far as I understand, and it's just been sitting there. So I don't know, we talk about windows, we talk about the appropriateness of doors, things like that. Here, our whole neighborhood is faced with a guy that clearly did not want to do the right thing, because he's had a year to try to fix this, and he hasn't. And he hasn't done anything, he hasn't talked to any of the neighbors. You know, a lot of this probably could have been avoided, but we would like, and I speak for a lot of the neighbors, to see this torn down and him start over. The fact that he built this without permission is not our problem. The fact that he spent the money is not your problem or our problem. He needs to follow the rules. And I hope that when it's continued, I'll have to come back. This is like my third or fourth time about this same building. I would hope that we can fix this.
Well, I agree, and sadly that's been the theme of the day, is that everybody's doing things that are costly and are none of our problems, but everybody's been doing them, you know, within these districts, and now they've got to all be undone. Steve, would you mind making sure that the applicant has information for the Mesta Park Preservation Review Committee so that some of these concerns can be shared? Because that's one thing that's been brought up in a lot of these commission meetings is, you know, the neighbors are sharing concerns. Can we please get with the neighborhood? You know, I know Heritage Hills meets with their applicants. Is that something Mesta Park would be willing to do? Okay, great.
Absolutely.
I think that would be
I'll
great.
talk to Ann.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wish to speak to this? Okay, then I would love to hear a motion to continue this until March.
I would move to continue HPCA-23-00148. I guess I don't need to see the item, there's just one, to the March, I think it's 6th commission meeting.
Second.
Okay, thank you guys. If you could all vote in PrimeGov.
Is it okay if I speak to something that was just stated from the previous neighbor, just real quick?
I don't think that
super
we need to. We've got a really full docket, and you know we've heard a lot about this case in particular over the past 18 months. So I think
and that's what I want to speak to, because the comment that nothing's been done, it has been.
well, let's just stick to reviewing it in March and hopefully have some changes on the application that we can review.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, moving on to, sorry, that motion did carry. Moving on to HPCA 23-00150 at 501 Northwest 15th Street.
This is located in Heritage Hills, Ward 6. Consideration and possible action on application by Lacey Harville for a certificate of appropriateness to 1, install fence with stucco columns required. The commission did see this application previously. We had inaccurate information about the heights and various elements of the work that had been initiated already. This is back before you with updated, accurate information regarding the height and location of the fence. I'm going to pull up the staff report to clarify. So the reasons that this fence could not be administratively approved, the guidelines that it does not meet for administrative approval. One is the location of the front portion of the fence. It does not meet the requirement that it be set back 40% of the length of the house. The location of the fence, per discussion with the applicant, is based on the placement of the fence that was located there previously, and in relation to that, existing mechanical equipment similar to our previous application, mature landscaping that is inside of the fence, inside the yard, other backyard landscape features that the fence currently screens and encloses. So that is the reasoning given for the proposed location of the fence. The other elements that do not meet the guidelines for administrative approval of a fence have to do with the height. The front portion of the fence is 5'10" where it's wood, which does actually meet the guideline for height of a fence. The columns are 6'7", so that exceeds. The fence along the east side of the yard, inside of the yard, not including the retaining wall, measures 6'6", which is above and beyond what we can administratively approve by 6 inches. And the stucco columns are 7 feet, 2 to 4 inches. On the west side, the fence is 7'2", and then along the rear, the fence measures 6'10", which is well below the 8 feet that are allowed at the rear property line. So portions of the fence meet the guidelines for administrative approval. Portions are too tall for staff to have administratively approved. In staff's opinion, when you look at the fence in relation to the house, to the height and the mass of the house, its placement in relationship to the front porch, staff feels that those are justification for the height and placement of the fence as proposed. So we have recommended approval with unique circumstances, and the applicant is here to respond to any questions.
Okay, thank you, Katie. Would you state your name and address for the record, please?
Lacey Harville. It's 501 Northwest 15th Street.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, we reviewed this in October and it was denied in October. Obviously, expected to have another application come through. It does not look like anything is substantially different from that October application. This is another instance of work that was done and had to be reviewed after it was done because there was no CA. Can you I understand the height situation. That's certainly a unique circumstance to me, and I don't begrudge somebody wanting to have a 6-foot fence from the inside of their yard. The fence itself feels really not in keeping with the historic character of surrounding fences. And I'm not recalling exactly what was asked for in that October meeting, but it was denied then in its current state.
So I think the reason it was denied, from reviewing the video, my wife was here and wasn't completely clear on things. And the reason, first of all, the fence was erected in the same site as the prior fence. There was some question as to it was being put in a different spot, and it was not. It's in the exact same spot. It also is lower in height than the prior fence, not higher. Not even the same height, it's lower. All in all confines of the fence, from the front facing, the side, and the back. And as for the reason, which wasn't really asked, but why this was done, the fence was worn. It's obviously, the existing fence was not historic, but was essential because there's a pool back there, which was there before we bought the house. There's also a separate garage apartment and garage. The existing fence, due to windstorm, was in danger of falling, and the back wall, which you showed up there where our neighbors had redone, once they reconstructed that fence had an incredible lean to it and was in danger of falling and harming people. They had not yet concreted that driveway, and so I was extremely concerned that people were going to get hurt there, or there was going to be property damage. There's also a sidewalk, and part of the fence began leaning as well there. We submitted, we called multiple times and received paperwork, and it was really a little bit iffy, but we felt we needed to submit paperwork, and we spoke with the office, submitted the paperwork. We're told that probably, since it was going the existing site, it would just be approved and not have to come to this committee. And we sought people to place the fence. They looked, we went through, and that was an arduous task to find somebody that was going to put the fence up and then agree to do it and show up to do it, because most of them would not even show up for an estimate. But we had someone. After 2 or 3 calls and submitting information, it was my understanding that the fence was approved, based on initial conversations, which was incorrect. And the construction started. It was almost done because we put a timeline on it because there's a pool there, it's an eyesore, the fence before, and it was near completed, and then we got cited that it wasn't approved, and I was kind of shocked, called and said, oh, no, it's not approved. It has to go to committee because of the stucco columns and so on and so forth. So it went to committee here, and then it was not approved, but the fence was already in place. And that's kind of where we are. But the height of the fence, the location of the fence, the location is exactly the same. The height is lower than it was, which you can see from almost the photographs. It's a lower fence.
Katie or Angela, could you speak to this kind of confusion over, communication with staff on administrative approvals versus coming here to the commission? Is it the columns that dictated the need to come here,
So
or the height?
I think one of the initial issues we had, and that was at the October meeting, was simply not getting clear documentation. We had miscommunication about how tall the fence actually was, because in your October staff report, we thought portions of it were 7.5 feet. We thought portions were 8 feet. Then when we were able to sit down and meet with the applicant and really look at the photos together and talk about it, we realized we're not as tall as you were initially told. That was part of why, if I recall correctly, it was denied. Also, was that you all were given information that indicated it was significantly taller than it actually is. I think we had just various miscommunication with staff through the process of who was talking to who, calling, emailing, misunderstandings about what could be administratively approved and what that process looked like. So I can't tell you everything that who said what.
Yeah, I
think
mean,
that the
everyone was
applicant intended
extremely
to move
nice and
forward
kind.
follow the process.
Yeah.
And
I mean, while I don't love the horizontal slats, I do feel inclined to just move this one on if the applicant thought that they were doing the appropriate thing and thought that this wasn't going to have to come to the commission.
Our initial correspondence was in August, and actually phone calls were made in June and July. And I'm not sure, I don't see the individual here, but is it Glass, Mr. Glass? He has some position and suggested that I submit things to you guys, even though it was an existing fence. I'm not sure his title.
that might be someone in plan review.
Maybe.
If you were
maybe,
talking
I don't
about
know.
a permit.
But I mean, there was like emails and phone calls, all that was in August, and so, anyway, we weren't
I
trying.
do remember that at one of the previous meetings, one of the staff members said that was it you? That said they've missed an email or something like that?
Yes, I previously worked this application. I had missed their email submitting the application, but it still would have been at the same meeting. So it was about the meeting deadlines, but it was still at the same meeting that they would have been originally.
Okay.
Could you state your name for the record, sir, and your address, please?
Apologies. Daryl Calloway, I'm staff.
Apparently, we don't need your address.
And I apologize, so when I spoke with, he was like incredibly nice, informative, sent me all the stuff. It was just my understanding, I'm pretty sure I'll approve this at my desk, but I'll let you know. And not hearing anything, I assumed it was approved because I'd sent a couple of emails, and so, I mean, I take responsibility for that as well, but I was just trying to get the thing in place. We had found, I'm assuming there were homeless people in our pool. We had things missing from our garage, and the legal ramifications of the fence falling, as well as people being able to come into our property where there was a pool, was a legal and a liability concern for me. So that's why there was some urgency to this.
Yeah, to me, this would have been approved. I have no issue with the fence unless there's something that I'm unaware of that fences have to be replaced in like kind. Other than that, I think this would have been approved as submitted.
Thank you for the photographs. I know last time I was one of those because of the height.
Right, I know,
That
I'm
was
sorry.
presented. And now now that you've submitted these photographs, I can see that the front fence actually is lower by almost one of those full white squares than the previous one was. And when you look here, you can see the kind of pergola feature back here that is actually lower under the new fence. So thank you for that.
Sure.
Do we have any comments?
Yeah, any public comments on this? We do have some comments from the neighborhood. I think we've kind of been over a few of them. But if anybody would like to speak further, you're certainly welcome to come on up. Okay, commissioners, any other comments or perhaps a motion? We do have a unique circumstance cited in the staff report.
Would you like a motion?
I'll motion to approve HPCA 230015 with the unique circumstances stated in the staff report.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, good deal. If you all would vote in PrimeGov, we can move this one along. Okay, the motion has passed. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, up next we have HPCA 23-00152 at 605 Northwest 39th Street.
This is Crown Heights, Ward 2, consideration and possible action on application by Morgan Reinhardt, Old Home Rescue, for Rebecca McGuinn for a certificate of appropriateness to run, remove paint from brick elective. The only reason this is not on consent docket is because there's a condition attached to it that should they identify that the paint removal is causing any damage to the brick, that they stop work and come back to staff for revision. I believe the applicant is comfortable with that condition. And yeah, we're excited that they found a pretty successful method for removing paint from the brick and excited to see how that turns out.
Just a quick note, it's actually not listed as a condition in the staff report?
Correct. In the staff report, it was a finding. And we, after the packet had gone out, realized that really should have been a condition.
So in a
if you
motion,
would
that
make
should be a condition.
With the approve with condition, with that second finding as the condition.
Okay, would you state your name and address for the record, please?
Morgan Reiner with Old Home Rescue, 401 South Blackwelder.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions about this? It kind of seems like a no-brainer to me.
I mean, unless you have anything to add or we have public comments. I feel
Anybody
like
from the
maybe we
public
can
wish to
have-
speak to this? Okay,
Can I
well,
make a
with no
motion?
comments and no
Marva,
questions.
Marva.
Marva just wants his phone number and wants to know how to do this.
I figured you'd have it.
The paint removal people, we have a deal on the 15th. We'd like to.
That is what she wanted.
I was
Okay.
waiting for that.
Just as an explanation, prior to submitting our CA, we completed a 2x2 mock-up with dry ice blasting, which has been tested initially by the National Park Service. It did not go well. Too high a pressure, it did blow the mortar out. It was a small piece that was going to be, it is planned to be repaired with historically appropriate mortar. Since that did not work, we used two separate systems to do two more mock-ups and then identified the one that worked best. So,
Well, thank you for your due diligence. Love to see a happy outcome on this.
and other parts of it are administratively approved. There are two hexagon windows that were hiding underneath the non-historic siding up above the door. So it's pretty
Okay.
cool to see.
I have a question. I can see your house from my house, or this house. On the side where you've removed and there's the scalloped detail, tell me what you're planning on that.
Yeah, so part of the administrative approval process, we got on the front elevation of the house, removal of the non-historic siding, and above the door, like I said, there's two hexagon windows that go into closets that are up above it, and then on the east and west elevations, it actually has a vertical beaded, kind of like a blanked on the name. It has a vertical siding that is beaded that's only on one other house in Crown Heights, and it's the only other place that it's available. So phase one has been removal, looking for wood repairs, and then phase two will be color choices and painting and then restoration, and then getting with HP on what to do with some gable vents that were taken out that we found on the east side.
Okay, cool.
We can make a motion.
Here's a motion.
Move to approve?
Make a
I would love
motion,
that.
HPCA 23-00152, to approve item number 1 with the specific findings of staff.
And the condition.
And I'll second.
Do we need to amend that to be the condition?
With finding number 2 as a condition?
Yes.
Sorry, yep, thank you.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Gaines, seconded by Commissioner Milner. Would you all please vote in prime gov? Okay, the motion is passed. Congratulations. All right, HPCA 23-00157 at 225 Northwest 27th Street.
This is Jefferson Park, Ward 2, consideration and possible action on application by Sina Redden, My Roof Solar for Maria Claraval for certificate of appropriateness to 1, install solar panels and related mechanical equipment elective. This is a new application. You all have not seen this one previously. To install solar on the east and west side of the roof on this structure. Staff has recommended a continuance. The solar panels do appear to be in a location that would be fairly readily visible from the public right-of-way, and would recommend either further documentation showing that they would not in fact be visible, or a proposal for an alternate location for the solar.
Okay, could you please state your name and address for the record?
Jennifer Meyer, 810 West Robinson.
Thank you. Okay, so yeah, it looks like really the main issue here is just the visibility.
Yeah.
Is there an alternate location that would work for these panels?
Yeah, when we went and put eyes on it, we realized that based off of your code that this wouldn't work. So on the west side of the house, we proposed moving, if you could go back to the aerial, yeah, on that gable, between the gable and the ridge, closest to the street. The original stamp plans had 2 panels above that. We were going to propose to move them back further to the back side of the property, and maintaining all code fire restrictions. And then on the east side of the property, see the shed in the back? You cannot see that shed at all from the street. The proposal was to move the 4 panels that were to be on the east side to the rear shed, and then trench in and do the electrical work as needed on the panel that's right there on the rear of the house.
That is certainly something I would be comfortable with, particularly on that accessory structure.
Yeah.
Is that something staff is comfortable with?
So what I would say is, if we get revised plans that show that they are in locations that are not visible from the street, staff can administratively approve that. We could continue this to the March meeting, and between now and then, work with the applicant towards something that can be administratively approved. If in the end we aren't at a place where staff's comfortable with it, it would still come back to you all.
I think that is a very happy medium.
Okay. I did have one other question on that. On the west side of the property, the removal of the 2 panels on top of that gable, there's still going to be a tiny bit of visibility. So we were proposing putting up basically a screen. What we would do is put up a wooden structure that's be about 1 foot tall from the top of the gable to the top of the ridge, that we would match the paint of the brick so that it would fade into the house and look like it was the home.
I don't know that that would be necessary or desirable. I mean, you're welcome to include it in your application, and it could be discussed, and if it's not desirable, maybe we could come up with an agreed upon condition in a commission meeting to leave it or remove it or alter it. So you could toss it in the application and we can kind of get eyes on it then.
All right, thank you.
Just like with a good mock-up, because I'm having a hard time picturing what exactly you're saying.
Well, I do have something that we put as a visual together if you want to look at it.
I'd say we just keep it all intact for the March meeting. That way we can see the new visuals of, where the placement on the roofs are going to be, and we can just take a look at it all one time.
Yeah, we'll get stamped plans for you.
Okay. Any members of the public wish to speak to this? If not, I would entertain a motion to continue this to the March meeting.
And I would move to continue HPCA-23-00157 to the March 6th commission hearing.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you guys. If you guys would vote in PrimeGov, we can move on to the next case. Okay, that has passed, so we will hear that one again in March, potentially. Sure, I think we're going to take a 5-minute recess.
Nobody's pregnant.
Okay, Katie, I think we are all back. Are we ready to reconvene? Keith, if you want to call roll again, we'll get moving.
Jordan,
Present.
Gaines, McBride,
Present.
Milner,
Present.
Ramey,
Present.
Wood.
Present.
Okay, I think we were just about to discuss HPCA 23-00157 at 225 Northwest 27th Street.
Sorry, I'm on the wrong page. No, that's
Oh,
the
sorry,
solar.
we just did
one.
that.
Yeah.
My apologies. Need to open my new window. Okay, moving on to, how about 622 Northwest 18th Street, HPCA 23-00159.
This is in Mesta Park, Ward 6, consideration and possible action on application by Laney Portree, James Gray Homes for Tanya Mann for certificate of appropriateness to, 1, replace half-moon window opening with single-pane glass elective. This is a proposal to put a window back in an opening on the house that has been boarded up. We had in the staff report for it to be continued so that we could get documentation of existing historic leaded glass at this house because they proposed a leaded glass window and the guidelines don't support that unless there's historic precedent for it. Staff has actually subsequently received documentation of that existing leaded glass. It's not on a part of the house that you can see from the street and would recommend approval at this point.
Okay,
So-
well, that's a nice update. Would you like to state your name and address for the record?
Behalf of the homeowner.
Okay, what's your address?
401 South Sooner.
Okay, great. Questions from the commissioners regarding that update? I mean, it sounds to me, like a pretty easy one if staff has gotten the information they were lacking. Any members of the public wish to speak to this?
I'll make a motion.
Okay,
On HPCA-23-00159, I would move approval of item number 1.
I'll second.
do we need any of specific findings with that update, Katie?
So I think that you could include specific findings 1 and 2 with the additional finding that leaded glass has been documented in the historic structure.
Sounds good.
Okay. Do we need to re-motion or is that an acceptable alteration?
No, with those findings.
Okay. Well, moved by Commissioner Gaines, seconded by Commissioner Milner. Would you guys please vote? All right, congratulations, you're approved.
Thank you so much.
All right, now we're on to HPCA 23-00161 at 707 Northwest 40th Street.
This is Crown Heights, Ward 2, consideration and possible action on application by Galt Orniston, Galt Landscape LLC for Jordan Niemeyer for certificate of appropriateness to 1, replace and widen driveway elective, 2, replace and expand retaining wall in front yard elective, 3, install paving around accessory structure elective, 4, replace west fence elective, 5, replace fence at north, east, and south of backyard elective, and 6, replace front walkway elective. Staff did recommend approval of item 5, which is replacing the north, east, and south fence, and item 6. We recommended continuance for items 1, 2, 3, and 4. There were some items such as extending a retaining wall into the front yard where it does not currently exist that did not appear to meet the guidelines. There are other items where we just seem to need more documentation of the work that was proposed.
Okay, looks like the applicant's present. Would you state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Galt Ormiston, 13101 North Midwest Boulevard.
All right. Commissioners, what questions do you have regarding this pretty large application? It seems like staff is perhaps missing some information that they would like to have, mainly regarding documentation of current topography and future impact of some of these proposals on the retaining wall and regrading at the driveway. I also noted, and I apologize, I'm not seeing it right in front of me, but was the driveway widened on one side with gravel? Did I dream that?
No.
Was there gravel included in this?
And no,
proposal?
it's being proposed on the design,
It is,
being proposed.
okay. I think that that's a pretty easy one because I think the city of Oklahoma City does not allow gravel at parking areas. Is that correct, Katie?
Yeah, there are certain conditions where it can be allowed. It has to be contained and, but in general, it's not something that we can approve just along the side of a driveway.
Okay.
What would you propose go in that space?
That is a great question for staff. I mean, I believe if it were all concrete, it would be too wide, correct? That would not be something that we would typically approve?
What's the width of the area where you want the gravel to go?
It's about 2.5 feet.
And that's in addition to the driveway that's how wide?
It's going to be 10 feet.
So, I mean, I would say it should be grass. You know, it should be the yard, that the driveway is permitted to go up to 10 feet, and then from there on out, it's landscaping. We don't typically support additional paving materials along the side of the driveway. But I think you've got some topography issues you're trying to deal with, or grading issues along the driveway.
Okay.
Yeah, the site plan looks like it's showing 11 feet finished with a 2-foot addition. So the current driveway is 9 feet.
Sorry, I was looking for a specific page that I'm not finding.
And it may be helpful as the commission's looking at materials for you to talk them through what's proposed and why. We've got a proposal to add a retaining wall in the front yard, to widen the driveway all the way to the retaining wall.
Sure.
Perhaps explaining the reasoning behind what's being presented.
Sure. So the most recent plan, which I'm not sure if you have that or not, it would have been emailed last week. We changed the width to 10 foot at its max between the wall and the house. It does open up once it goes north of the house towards the garage. The driveway apron would remain the same width, which I think was 9. My understanding was that that could be administratively approved if it didn't go beyond 10 foot. Once you make your way off of the street and into the property on the drive, there's a little bit of an incline, and then you get to about where the house is, it really flattens out. So there's not really a drainage issue once it flattens out. More so, I guess, on the slope of where you enter the driveway from the street and then go into the property. Right now, it rolls on both sides down towards the driveway. So we'd maintain that slope. We propose, we have on there a wall, a curb is probably more accurate at the foot of the slope to help mitigate runoff, erosion. Felt like that would be kind of a hard stop right there.
Do we have a height on that?
No, it's going to go with it'll roll with the grade, but probably not more than 12 inches once you get beyond the house. So from the house south towards the street, something around 12 inches.
I think at a minimum, we would need to get specifics on that. I mean, that alone is not something we could approve without finite documentation.
And I will note that the applicant did send in updated documentation last week. Of course, that was a holiday week. A lot of people were out, and we did not get the opportunity to incorporate that in the packet, much less to really have reviewed that internally at the staff level. So there may be items in the documentation that has since been received that could be administratively approved, but we just haven't gotten there yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, unfortunately, without reviewing that, I wouldn't feel comfortable moving forward on a lot of the, I mean, you know, it looks like there's some pretty simple things in here that we could approve, but I don't think that I would be comfortable, you know, moving forward or coming up with any agreed upon conditions or anything like that without reviewing the new documentation.
We can remove that off,
We can remove what?
the item that we're talking about.
I think that would just be a continuance, so, I mean, unless you're saying you're not going to do it anymore.
No, that's fine, yeah, I mean, we can, that wasn't something that was a major thing. You know, so the real important items on here are, you know, the items number 1, item number 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So that there's a retaining wall there currently, which we're going to remove and replace in kind. We were just going to extend that out an additional 40 or 50 feet towards the street, you know, just at the foot of the hill, just to kind of catch that space right there. But, I mean, whether that's there or not there is not a big deal. I mean, we can, right now, it's so narrow, the driveway is, that whenever they come off the street, they're getting into the grass. You know, they're driving over it, so it's causing a little bit of an erosion problem. You can see in some of the pictures where it's just, you know, kind of cut that side on the west side whenever they pull in particular. But we can, I mean, we can touch up that grade a little bit to, you know, make it to where the angle isn't maybe as sharp. So we're just trying to come up with some solutions to kind of to help that along more than anything. But if, you know, expanding, so where that column, that last yellow column right there in the middle of the picture, that's where we were gonna expand and come towards the street, the retaining wall.
Yeah, I think we're just really going to need to see, you know, staff has noted at several places in this staff report, just lacking information on the impact on the topography based on specifics of a retaining wall or, you know, removal or addition of that gravel, you know, just documentation that we don't have, that you seemingly have submitted some of it, but because we've not been able to review it, I don't really, I mean, I can see how we could move to approve items 5 and 6, but I'm not really seeing with what's in front of me a way to approve 1, 2, 3, or 4 unless staff feels differently or has, you know, some reason that I'm not seeing here.
Did I hear that we have a older version that's been submitted?
So you have the version in the packet that was received in time to go out for this meeting. The applicant has subsequently sent in new documentation, but we have not reviewed it and it's not in PrimeGov.
So I think until we can review that, I don't know how we can really do anything about some of these more questionable items.
Yeah, and I hear what you're saying about the tight, what is the current driveway, 8 foot?
9 feet
9.
is the apron, and it just extends all the way. So the current width is 9 feet.
Yeah, you can see the tire
Yeah.
tracks and the grass getting pinned down, yeah. I mean, I think, to me, like a 10-foot driveway, and if you can feather that grade out, I think that's got a better chance than a curb to retain the water.
Well, and I think that would be administratively approvable, right, Katie? Up to 10.5 feet? Is
Yeah,
that right?
so, I mean, we'd have to work with the applicant on how they are going to handle that grade because it does slope up so dramatically from the driveway, but we can, generally speaking, administratively approve widening a driveway up to 10 feet. So
Would it be appropriate to continue this, you know, kind of like we did with the solar, continue it to March and try to,
I think that might be a good
See if some
solution
of
to
this
give
could be
you some time
administratively
to work
approved?
through staff and see if we can administratively approve the changes.
So.
Or we can do the February 7th meeting, and we would just have a much quicker turnaround to get anything.
I mean, seemingly he has already submitted a
Right,
big
we already
bulk
have
of
new
it, so-
documentation, so we could do the February 7th.
Okay,
Does it help you to approve 5 and 6 today? Or do you want it all bundled in one package?
5 and 6 would be great. You know, on the driveway, if 10 foot is acceptable, that would be great. And then, you know, if the the real questionable item is the extension of the retaining wall relative to the grades on the sides of the driveway. We can provide more documentation for that.
I think what they're saying is if they do a continuance, you've already submitted some of that, and you can work with staff, and they may be able to administratively approve that.
I got, okay.
Yeah, you
And
may
if
not have to
not,
come
then
back.
you can come back.
Okay.
But hopefully, we can get it done administratively. And we can do 4 and 5.
Yeah.
Approve that right now.
That'd be great.
So you
Uh,
can
5 and
continue with
6.
4 and 5 immediately.
Yeah.
Uh,
Okay.
5 and 6,
5
right?
and 6.
5 and 6, sorry.
Yeah, that'd be great. And that was, I think what we were trying to do is get it to where it could be administratively approved.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Well, it sounds like you may be on your way since you've submitted some more information, so hopefully that can happen, and if not, sounds like we'll be seeing you back in a month.
All right.
So do we have a motion, or any members of the public wish to speak to this? No? Anybody have a motion?
I'll motion to approve items 5 and 6 of HPCA-23-00161.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. If you all would vote in PrimeGov, please. Okay, that has passed. So moving on to the next continuance motion.
I will motion to continue items 1, 2, 3, and 4 of HPCA-23-00161 to the February meeting.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, would you all vote again, please? Okay, that motion has also passed, so sounds like you'll be working with staff and getting that new documentation reviewed, and maybe we'll see you next month, and maybe not.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, last case under this section of the agenda, HPCA 23-00162 at 112 Northwest 15th Street. Would you please state your name and address for the record?
Scott Kagerman, 9022.
Thank you. Sorry, I skipped Katie.
Oh, just consideration and possible action on application by Scott Kaiserman for certificate of appropriateness to, 1, construct 4 new townhomes elective. The commission previously recommended approval of a SPUD to rezone this property to allow this development. That just went through a couple of months ago. The proposal is consistent with what was allowed by the SPUD as far as lot coverage and setbacks, parking, et cetera. Staff's primary concerns were the overall height of the structure and finished floor heights, whether those were compatible with neighboring structures in the area. And then there is a wait, do we still have quorum? 1, 2, 3.
We
Okay,
do.
all right,
Do
I had a
we-
moment of,
No.
sorry. Thank you, Gary.
Do we need to?
No, we're good.
Need to recognize Gary
We'll
leaving.
just note that
Okay,
he's
thank you.
absent at 4:30.
Okay.
Lost my spot. So in some of the drawings, there appears to be a retaining wall on the west side of the proposed project that clearly does not exist. So staff needed clarification about what's going on with the grade and the topography of the site there, if that's being altered, if a retaining wall is being installed, and then various just dimensions, things like that, that need to be finished out, I would say, in the proposal.
Okay, well, you've already stated your name and address for the record. I was a little out of order there, I apologize. So yeah, just now reviewing an actual proposal for this outside of the SPUD. So I'm largely very pleased with the design. I just had a couple of questions about this front elevation in which you can seemingly see the roof line at the southern end of the property. Just wanting a little clarity there and trying to figure out if this is something that can be, I would not personally be in favor of it as it exists, but I feel like it's close, and just trying to get some clarity on why that is the way that is.
I do believe from street view, you shouldn't be able to see the parapet step up.
Is it just the parapet that we're able to see? It's kind of hard to, because it does look like in this east-west elevation, that the rear of the property is substantially higher than the front of the property, which is normal on lots like that. Just trying to see if kind of what that street view would realistically be like.
From what I see is you wouldn't be able to see it from the street view. You just see the gables and wouldn't see those parapets that are in the architectural plans right there.
So looking at this
Yes.
drawing.
It does step up, and that's more in regards to stay with the neighboring properties in regards to the height, and then also the entry of the garages. They do have their own separate garages right there. So it does step up in height as the grade comes down. But from street view, you can see that down there, looking at the parapets, that they would not necessarily be in view from that front elevation that is in the architectural plans.
Yeah, that was staff's assumption, was that you're seeing those because it's being drawn flat in an elevation drawing, and they are technically taller than the front. But in reality, you're not going to see those above and beyond. It just creates an odd look in the,
Yep,
in the
completely
elevation
agree.
drawings.
Yeah.
Well, and it's being, if you look at a side elevation, it's being broken by like a firewall parapet cap. So even if you do get a view of that side, it'll be like a Georgian house that has the kind of brick breaks between the two.
And that's the style that we're going for. We look closely at 1520 North Robinson, the style of that, and that's why we decided with the Georgian style as well.
Yeah, so I think with a architectural break between those flat roofs, I think that helps that transition to give it more of like a mansard appearance.
Katie, this spud, was it to be rezoned as R4?
I believe the, yes,
current
the
zoning?
architect
Okay.
is nodding, yes. The
Okay.
base zoning was
We do
R4,
have the
but to
architect as well.
allow for this
Okay,
number of dwelling units.
What is our lot coverage here as this proposal exists?
Yeah. We drew, I'm not sure the specific lot coverage,
Okay.
but
I think R4 allows for, is it 40%?
So.
I mean, 60%, 40% open space?
I do not recall what I don't remember right at this moment what R4 allows, but the SPUD was crafted to specifically allow exactly this lot coverage.
Okay.
And that's what was approved.
Thank you for
Because
clarifying that.
this site plan matches exactly what was in the SPUD.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any other comments or questions here? I mean, it sounds like we are lacking a little bit of information. In the staff report, they are asking for some specifics on the height of the ridge line and, you know, some of the things that I was referencing just a minute ago, in addition to documentation on the proposed windows. Any other, I mean, I don't know that this is something that we can move today, but I feel like we're very, very close.
is there any way we could approve with conditions? Because I do have the ridge line at 28 feet, 7 inches, the parapets, which we talked about not seeing from the street, dimensions and materials of the fence. I talked to Daryl about the 75% see-through ability, even the documentation on the windows. We have the packet submitted for Windsor Pinnacle windows. There won't be a retaining wall in the front. It was just as far as the drawing, and then the height. We're really in line with 1520 North Robinson, and then even from the diagram, 20 feet below the Aberdeen across the way.
I think that's a great question for staff as to what you all are comfortable considering for agreed upon conditions.
So just to show, this kind of captures what staff's concerns were. Partly, I think it was just clarification, and some of this may just go away. When you look at the right side of the building in this drawing, the yard appears to step down to the right of the front stair, and then appears to butt up against what looks like a retaining wall at the side of the driveway. That is not a condition that currently exists, so we needed both clarification of what was going on there and then also some sort of input from the commission on whether or not that was acceptable if they're making changes to the topography there. Staff's other concern with the height generally is that we're looking at an 11-foot ceiling height for the first floor, a 10-foot ceiling height for the second floor, and that gets us to a structure that is noticeably taller than the structures around it. This block does have a lot of variety. You've got the Aberdeen at one end, you've got commercial properties, you've got a single-family home, you've got the 1970s-ish Aberdeen
Aberdeen
units
edition.
on this block. So there's a lot of variation in the heights, but
Do we have heights on those neighboring properties? You said this one's at 28 feet, is that correct?
The ridge line's at 28 feet, and that's where even those neighboring properties, the eave line is really close. I think if you put a hip roof or a gable roof on either one of these properties, as well as some of the properties across the way, you'd be getting close to that 28-foot. Why it's saying 32 is, yes, it is to the top of the parapet, but
Gotcha.
not necessarily the ridge line right there.
Looks like we might have some public comments here. Anybody from the public wish to speak? Hello, would you state your name and address for the record?
Marva, 1521 North Chartello. Just some questions. It looks like there's steps up to the front unit on 15th, but the side units are level. That's not a characteristic in that neighborhood. So,
To have steps up to this front?
no, the front is, but the side units look like they're at grade. Scott, is that right?
Ah, I see.
The side units, the entry is at grade? Yes. That would probably be something we'd like to talk to the owner and the architect about. That's just not
Having a stem wall and a step up?
Yeah.
Is that realistic to keep the height under control?
Well,
if we're adding a stem wall and a step up and raising that
maybe
floor
it's
height and
trade.
ceiling height?
Maybe it's a trade for a little bit of ceiling height to a little bit of a, I don't know that we're real bothered by the height of the building. I think the explanation is accurate that it's not that out of scale with the two around it if they had a different roof type on it. And it's so hodgepodgey on the other side of the street. If it's the same in bulk, it might work, but we'd like the opportunity, the neighborhood would like the opportunity to visit with the architect and the owner if possible. And it's a pretty complicated I am glad to see the brick patterns and the type of brick and things on it. That was nice to see, but if we could visit with them before the next meeting, we'd appreciate it.
Is that, because it looks like, Marva, the comment about the access is on the side, and that's all behind a wood fence? Is that correct? Am I seeing that right?
couldn't see that,
We are
David.
lacking some information on the fencing, so that would have to be,
Well, it says 6-foot wood fence on the site plan.
So there's a private entrance. I see what you're looking
There's
at
a
on
gate,
that.
so steps up from the street.
You
go
wouldn't
through
see
a
it?
gate. And the reason I'm bringing that up is I think there's a logistical challenge
With the lot.
with being that tight from the fence to the building.
There's not much room over there.
If you start stepping up to each unit,
No,
there's
I
not.
understand what you're saying.
Gotcha.
I didn't talk to Randy about this, but it kind of, I don't know if it matters, but this south facade has no windows in it.
it has what?
No windows in it.
Based on where it is, I don't know that I'd want windows at the
Yeah,
back
with
end
south,
either. I
you
mean,
get some nice daylighting with south windows.
Yeah.
If, I mean, but being at the back of the property, I don't know.
It's only one unit.
Yeah, you get premium for that one.
It's not that much more unpleasant than looking at 15th Street. I mean, you know, so, I mean, it would just not be something you'd see in a period house at all.
Can I ask about the other couple of items?
Yes, sir.
In neighborhood comments about a trash dumpster?
Well, they're
You
going to
some
have to
concerns
have
about
one.
that? Sure. And then the screening for mechanical units?
Those
Yeah.
would be something that
I just
we
wanted to make sure we
like to
verbalized them, because
yeah.
those were two
mean,
in there too. So
this-
I guess for the applicant, where will that trash dumpster go? If it's on the plans, I apologize. It was a big packet this meeting.
Yes, as far as the dumpsters, they would
Yeah.
go on the east side
Okay.
of the property. We have mechanical units, and then they'd have their individual trash cans. There will be no dumpster.
So the neighborhood comments state that the, oh no, it just says the trash dumpster will be needed, so none will be needed or required?
Oh, because they'll have
Oh.
individual trash cans. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So they'll have individual
They'll
trash
roll
service?
out.
Yes.
Because these do, that was in the SPUD, they're each individual addresses.
Yes.
Does that kind of answer that question for you guys on the neighborhood comments? The SPUD did have the individual
It
addresses,
does.
so it should have, I mean, to my knowledge, it should have individual trash service, correct?
Because that was even an issue in creating the SPUD, as far as I wanted to make sure that they were individual trash units.
Yeah, so I think you'll still have to come through and do a lot split. Is that correct?
I believe so.
So that then they would, once the lot split is done, then they would be treated
I
as
remember this.
individual units and
Yep.
could have their own polycart.
What happens if we say that we don't address this today and then the lot split's denied? What happens about these, about the trash and the potential dumpster? Just want to make sure we cover all of our bases and don't get ourselves in a bind later.
I think they got bigger problems if that happens.
I mean, I think that depending on what the commission wants to do today, it could either be a condition of approval that we're going to get clarification from all the powers that be on trash and verification that they're going to be able to do the polycarts, or if it's continued, that could be something that they bring back.
One thing that David representing me here said, lot split's administrative, so we should be able to get that.
Except that they need a CA.
Yeah.
We can talk
Would
about it.
you, do you want him to come up and state his name, or? Okay. Okay. I'm pretty comfortable with this proposal as a whole. Kind of curious what staff thinks after hearing the Ridgeline Height and conversation with the neighborhood in regard to their comments. How comfortable you guys feel with the application?
Yeah, I think to echo staff's concern in looking at the photos of the site, is it looks like you're gonna have to bring up your two sites beside you are higher, and your site kind of dips down, it looks like. So you're gonna bring that up, but the way the renderings show is it's got a pretty substantial retaining wall up against that west neighbor's driveway. So it seems like there's some things there that, not a lot of space to work with there. Some grades are kind of, could pose some issues that if you get too far down the line, you're gonna end up with a giant retaining wall if you set that grade, if I'm saying that right.
So maybe this needs to be continued to have further conversations with staff to get clarity on some of that?
Yeah, I'm interested to hear what the architect has to say, but staff's preference, with this being full new construction, with there being questions about topography, questions about trash, et cetera, I would rather see this come back to you all with all those questions answered.
Okay.
I just wanted to speak. My name is Colin Fleck, 2228 Northwest 45th. I've been working with Scott as the architect on this. There's not an intent to have a retaining wall. I think there's a misconception about what that front facade was showing. We intend to step these units down the grade because there's 4 feet of fall from the back to the front. If we didn't do that, our front elevation would be 4 feet out of the ground, and then we'd be really imposing compared to the properties next door. We really want to be good neighbors, and I think so. We're going to do everything we can to soften that, right? And try and, we have to meet grade at our property line. This neighbor to the west, actually, their driveway sits on our property and over our property line. And so we're also trying to be good neighbors there by bringing the fence line back so that we're not tearing their driveway out, right? I'm certain we could come back in and, you know, make a case that we could have more space if we needed it to by taking it from their driveway. But again, we're trying to be good neighbors there, and we will try and meet grade there without having to use a retaining wall. And then if, you know, I understand that it's maybe not historic to not have steps there, but we do have some grade challenges there, and we're pretty tight on those side elevations. So really, we're just trying to make the project work with existing grade without bringing in those retaining walls.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Any other architectural issues you'd like to look at?
No, and I think it looks great. There's no issue there, just trying to flag a potential.
Sure.
But it sounds like you're already looking at it, so.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to echo the case. I'd like to understand what the continuance is for specifically that we can't answer today.
So I think the main thing for me is I've got a drawing that shows a grade in front of the building that does this to a retaining wall, and you're saying it's not going to do that. And let me share my.
Sure, because I know we submitted a couple.
I'm looking at this elevation drawing
Mhm.
and looking at the line of the yard.
That right-hand line?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's
going down and then stepping up.
Yeah, I think what that's supposed to be showing is just the line of that curb coming down that they've got there. And it's really not a curb, it's more of a flattened, rolled curb of sorts. That's kind of hard to describe what it is there. And so it's really just that line coming down in elevation, and maybe the line weight gets a little bit off there, so we're,
Yeah, but what you're saying, and what I was seeing was inverted, was the driveway between the property and the one on the right, which would be the west, you're actually seeing the upslope of the driveway.
Correct.
To a grade that is where the pilaster of the fence is
Yes.
sitting on that, maybe 6 inches above that grade.
That's correct. It's one of these two-dimensional drawing clarity issues that, okay, that's my bad for missing the line weight there a little bit, and we don't intend to install a retaining wall there. We want to just let it slope and be historic in that. We did originally propose a retaining wall in the front to help with some of these grade changes, but staff pointed out that it was not historic to have a retaining wall there, and so we really, by the letter of the guidelines, shouldn't have one there. So we ended up stepping the buildings down, the separate units down to help accommodate that instead of having that retaining wall.
Yeah, I think what's also a little tricky with the drawing that I'm trying to wrap my head around is it looks like the eastern yard is higher than the western yard in the drawing. So, but I think what you're saying is you're intending to keep that benching from the sidewalk up to whatever height that is. I think what Katie's suggesting is just something to clarify what the intent is.
Okay. I think the site plan would clarify that more than the elevation. I realize elevations are a little bit easier to read, so I mean, if we went to the site plan and looked at that, you'd see that there's really that's representative of a sidewalk that flattens out there to take you back to those west-facing entries. And so if we can get that site plan up, that might help. It's gonna be there on the right. Yep, right there on the right-hand side, you can see there's a 50-foot line. That's where the steps come up. And it'll flatten out for that sidewalk and begin to gently slope up as it makes the turn to go back to the west side of those units so that they can have a rear access. And we would just do our best to meet grade there with the sidewalks. And then there will be additional steps once you get up, to help kind of soften into the hill, because again, it's 4 feet from front to back. And so we'll get that feathered in there, but no retaining walls.
So that's where my concern is, the documents have to go in a certificate of appropriateness that are what's going to be built. And all of what you've described makes sense, but I'm not seeing that in the drawings. So that can be a condition that revised drawings that accurately illustrate all the changes in topography are submitted to staff.
Okay.
To me, that's kind of a lot on a total new construction project, especially when we have, some other things that we've, I think, kind of said, well, we don't have this on the fencing, we don't have that. There have been questions raised by the neighborhood. It's just how much do we defer to a condition to submit to staff versus saying, get these things cleaned up and clarified and bring it back one more time.
I think if staff is stating that pretty loud and clear, then that's the right call to bring it back.
Yeah, and I think it's a really great project, and from when we met the first time and you all turned it around and turned in new documentation, I think it's a really wonderful design. It's a lot of little kind of question marks hanging out there that I would rather the commission see the finished product.
What document would clarify that? Are we talking about a civil drawing or, I mean, a 3D view of it? Or?
A 3D view might help. I mean, for me, for starters, that elevation drawing needs to not show a line that appears to be grade that is jogging up and down, something to clarify that that line is not reflecting changes in topography and retaining walls, because that is not clear to me when I'm looking at it right now.
Okay.
And we can hop on Teams and look at it together, or come sit down and bust out the colored pencils, whatever is helpful. So.
Okay, we had the rendering too, and that should clarify that some too, but that's fine. If we're really just down to this, then I feel pretty good about that.
So
And
do we
if that's
wanna
what you all want to do, we
move
don't
to a
want to argue that.
continuance?
We'll need to continue to February, but it's a very nice design. I mean, it looks great.
Thanks.
Yeah, and it sounds like your intent is, and you guys are in sync on intent, is just getting the.
Yeah, sounds like this will be very easy in February.
So then I'd like to move to continue HPCA-23-00162 to the February 2nd meeting, if you can get materials in by.
Yep, 7th.
By the, when?
7th.
Okay. Will that work, February? Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. If you all would please vote in PrimeGov. Okay, the motion is passed, and we will see you in February. All right. Moving on to other business, the moment you've all been waiting for. We've got a SPUD, SPUD 01581 at 408 Northwest 30th Street.
This is an application to rezone the property at 408 Northwest 30th Street from R2 to R4 with the HL overlay, Jefferson Park UCD overlay, except with restrictions and uses as called out within the proposed SPUD. Just briefly, this is a site that had a historic church and then subsequently a kind of mid-century church built on the site in approximately 1960. That was demolished within the last year or two as a dilapidated structure after a serious fire. The applicant has proposed to rezone to accommodate construction of multifamily residential development. I do want to note that initially folks had a copy of the master design statement that included some uses that the applicant had actually subsequently removed. The retail, restaurant, dining establishment, et cetera, have all been eliminated had previously been eliminated from the proposed uses. So you've got typical residential uses and then live work, administrative professional offices, community recreation, property owners association. Those higher intensity commercial uses have been eliminated from the SPUD. They are varying a number of characteristics of the both existing base zoning and the R4 base zoning that is proposed, but they are retaining the historic landmark overlay and all of the components of the design review process that would go along with that. The staff report went into quite a bit of detail on all the characteristics that are proposed to be varied in comparison to existing conditions and historic conditions. I'm happy to go through that, but I think the applicant can give you an overview of what's proposed, and then we have, obviously, comments from neighborhoods and property owners, so.
Okay, would you please state your name and address for the record?
I'd be happy to. David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. Happy to report we have not built anything yet, so we're not asking for any forgiveness. This is a bit of a unique application in that we're not here on any design. As staff said, we did retain the HL overlay, so before we could build anything, we'd have to come before you to get your blessing on any of the architectural and design pieces of it. So what the process that we're in now is really the legislative process, and because we are retaining that HL and we're currently in HL, it requires you to make a recommendation to Planning Commission, who will ultimately make a recommendation to City Council. So it's a bit of a kind of unfamiliar or unique process to be here. I think a lot of the concerns you're going to hear are really the legislative pieces of it that will work themselves out through Planning Commission and City Council. We have some conceptual images that you've probably seen. Again, at this point, it's just conceptual. As you might guess, it is a very expensive proposition to have the architect produce the full-scale construction-ready drawings that may be required here without the entitlements that they can actually go build what it is they desire to build. So briefly, if you look at this site, it's a bit of a unique site in a couple ways. One, what was there was a church, but it was a large church. So in terms of the scale and massing, if you look at the exhibit that we produced that you should have, the scale and massing of what we have is consistent and similar with the church building that was historically there. Further, if you look to the west, everything going west, I think all the way to Walker, is zoned straight C3 commercial. Straight C3 commercial allows very intense commercial uses, and so this is kind of in between and perhaps that buffer between that intense C3 zoning and the residential that exists around us. So we are asking in the SPUD for 40, there's an image of what was there. So our setbacks are similar to what was there in terms of along 30th Street as well as along Hudson. We are, I guess, helped by having an alley on the west side so that there really is no setback issue to the west. In terms of height, we're asking for 5 more feet than what the base R4 would allow, and we are intending to increase the density through the use of the SPUD. One of the reasons is there is significant demand. The City Council, Planning Commission have made great strides in encouraging density and development like this in the core of the city. It's important as a city that we focus density in the core and not out in the periphery. The core is the cheapest and easiest location in which the city can serve from a fiscal responsibility standpoint. Police, fire, sewer, water, all of that is ready to go in the core. It becomes a much more expensive proposition when you get outside into the suburbs. So we think from a policy standpoint, the density that we propose is certainly something consistent with what the City Council has been looking to see. And in this location, we think it's appropriate given kind of the uniqueness of the site, given what's existing around it in the neighborhood, but also that commercial that exists to the west. So I would like the architect to just come up here real briefly, kind of walk through some of his inspiration and what you're likely to see when we come forward, if we are lucky enough to get approval on the SPUD, and then I'll address a few other things.
Okay, thank you. Come on up and state your name and address for the record, please.
It's Adam Landman, 718 West Sheridan. And yeah, I would second what David has said. So this is an initial planning application. Obviously, we haven't designed any buildings yet, and we understand the process of coming back here. I'm going to speak a little bit just to the process we went through to this point, which is we came up with several site strategies, and we immediately met with HP staff and said, what do you think of these? Which direction should we go? We received some comment from staff and continued that process of sort of back and forth with them to sort of land at this strategy that, in essence, took some of the preliminary previous massing that was on the site and tried to incorporate it into what we were hoping to develop on the site. I will add, we talked to staff about setbacks. We understand the setbacks of the existing neighborhood. We understand the setbacks of R4 zoning. And we actually did a setback study and gave that to staff to try to understand are we meeting some of the current standards that are in place, and in what ways are we exceeding or not meeting those standards? And so this has been a back and forth kind of conversation. We met with the neighborhood and you know, are happy to incorporate various comments that have come in. You saw these preliminary visualizations. They're super preliminary. They start to speak to some of the materiality of the project, the repetition of gable roofs, some of the breaking up of the massing. We don't want to put one giant building on this site. We'd like to break it up. We're doing that currently through an idea of breezeways. We may do that in some other way as we continue through the design process. Using brick and detailing that brick in appropriate ways, board and batten siding, using that as something that can also sort of differentiate those facades, adding a lot of landscape. I will add, you know, currently we have 20% of the site earmarked just for landscape, and 60% of the site really doesn't have any built form on it at all. That's parking and other things. So we're taking up a minimal amount of this site with the built form just in this planning application, and you know, we're looking forward to working with everybody getting this through. So I'm going to turn it back over.
Okay.
We're happy to answer any questions. Again, we saw a few protest emails come through, I think in just the last day. So
A few.
yeah, I mean, and so we have plenty of time. I'm not sure why we didn't get them sooner. My client, his team have met with the neighbors more than once, and I think have had an open dialogue for maybe a month or more, but they came in late. So we have a period of time before Planning Commission, and then it's a 6-week delay between Planning Commission and City Council. So there's ample time to continue discussions with the neighbors as it relates to those legislative pieces like density and parking and those things. In terms of design, you're ultimately going to get to say yes or no as it relates to a CA. So this is the first step in a lengthy process, and we're asking for a recommendation of approval to move forward.
Okay, so we've got a great project description, a lot of info to process, big staff report too, a lot of specific findings. Ultimately, staff is recommending an approval with some agreed upon conditions. That said, I kind of think there's a lot to go through here. I know I have several questions myself, mainly due to the amount of dwellings on the space and some of these exceptions the applicant is requesting with the with R4 commissioners. Any place in particular you'd like to start? I kind of think the simplest place to start is the amount of dwellings on the in the proposal in the SPUD, just because I think a lot of these other elements are dictated by the amount of units proposed. So maybe that's just where we start. You know, 27, when I'm looking at this, especially from an aerial view and going, okay, like if this had been residential, there'd be 3 homes there. These are 3 lots, and I'm not opposed at all to the multifamily or even the multi-use, but 27, you know, thinking through potentially, I know we can't account for how many people live in each, but say we have, you know, we have 27 parking spaces, but we have 48 cars. That feels concerning at that intersection to me. A lot going on there. Kind of would like to know how you guys came up with that number for that space.
Yeah, so one thing I forgot to mention, so currently we gave a site plan, I think, to Katie that has 31 parking spaces. And the unit count, honestly, is just based on a pro forma and understanding how we can get this site to, what is the way to maximize the site? And so we've got a certain amount of 1 beds, a certain amount of 2 beds put onto the site right now. And it fit within the boundaries of what we're trying to accomplish.
I apologize, I thought there was 1 spot per unit.
I mean, to me, it's, as you say, this is not the design, this is just the legislative piece that allows the developer to move forward here. I will say that the packet that you've put together displays that it's a high-quality, professional, it'll be if the sample images are an indication of the end product, this will be done well. So the question, I think, for obviously our commission here is to figure out what that density seems reasonable, or what that density needs to be. I think the way that you've crafted it from a massing standpoint, I like the urbanism of pulling that towards 30th, whereas the church sort of set back. So you're pulling that mass towards the corner, which does help the neighbors. So like I said, I think the design is very thoughtful, very well done, even though I know it's not a design, but the preliminary indications of where you're headed, I think is a very strong product. Density in neighborhoods and cities is always sort of this contentious issue. So I don't have a problem with density. I think the massing fits the site. I think there's a lot of positives about this project. I don't know how much density is too much density, not sure, but I think that the project is off to on a good foot, and you guys have reached out to the community. So I think there's a lot of positives here. I appreciate the effort put into it.
From a design review perspective, I think the key things that are being varied by the SPUD that would affect what comes back to you all are the setbacks, the height that would be allowed, and lot coverage, open space. So I certainly understand that the discussion about density and how many units drives a lot of other elements of the project, but I think from staff's perspective going forward, working with the applicant, those are going to be areas where it's helpful to hear from the commission, from residents, and those are the areas where Planning Commission is going to want to hear from you all from a design perspective and a compatibility perspective. Are the numbers that are proposed in line with what would be appropriate within a historic district, or are they exceeding what you all think would be appropriate for design when that does come back through for review?
Density is, like you said, kind of a contentious issue all the time. Density in this city is also extremely complicated because this city has no meaningful public transportation and no meaningful walkability. So, I think that's where it gets a little hairy for me, in that I completely agree that this is a totally appropriate space for multifamily. Just thinking through the logistics of what that looks like in a place like Oklahoma City and car traffic right there, I'm struggling with this amount of density. I think it brings a pretty dramatic change to the neighborhood, and I do think there's a lot to be said that's positive about that change. Just reading through some of these neighborhood comments and kind of hearing what they anticipate this very drastic difference to be, and not always in a positive light. I just want to go over how the developers plan to handle that.
Well, I've yet to meet a neighborhood that was excited about any change that I was proposing from any of my clients. The nature of, I guess, being a neighbor is fear of the unknown. I think putting density in the core is important as our city continues to evolve. We're interested in hearing the density discussion from the commission in terms of a number that is appropriate. In terms of the setback, I think this image is fairly telling. The massing and the setback, it is very similar to what existed with the church, except for the portion of the church that was set back, I think, too far from an urban development standpoint. We've pulled it to the corner to get that urban feel. So we're kind of matching the setbacks that had existed historically. Yes, it's a different use, but again, we have this unique situation because we have straight commercial, going to the west and different types of uses. This has the opportunity to provide that kind of anchor and buffer as you move from the commercial to the residential. But we're interested in hearing the density, where you as a commission would feel comfortable. In terms of the height, it's minimal. 35 feet is what's allowed in single-family residential. We're asking for 40, and in R4. So it's really a 5-foot difference. But we think it's a 5-foot difference that is important to allow us to put density in a location that we think density is deserved.
Katie, one of these neighborhood comments says that, let me jump to it. This limited parking is an exception to the city parking regulations, which would require 45 parking spaces. Is that, I'm just not familiar enough to speak to that.
So you have to have 2 spaces for a 2-bedroom. You have to have 1.5 spaces for every 1-bedroom or studio. I would need to know how many 1-bedrooms versus 2-bedrooms they were proposing, which I do not, to be able to calculate that. But yes, they are asking for less parking than they
Okay.
would be required to have under straight zoning.
Okay, I just wasn't familiar with that, so I didn't want to.
And that's part of kind of our issue in that, you know, until we know what we can have, it's hard for us to design. One of the flaws in the city's parking code is it looks at dwelling units as a broad thing, whether it's a 1-bedroom or 2-bedroom sometimes. And so oftentimes the council people, especially Ward 2 and Ward 6, are consistently pushing against developers to reduce down parking counts because our code is outdated. And so, you know, we're being told by the elected officials the code requires too much parking. We have public streets. We want people to have an experience where perhaps they don't even have to have a car. We're in the core. And so our parking code requires us to all have multiple cars. Well, if we start to change the way that we think about the core of the city, well, maybe not everybody that lives here would have a car. Perhaps they'd have bikes. Perhaps they would walk to bus stops. So we're being pushed by the council and the legislative officials to reduce down our parking counts. I think that the new code's going to have reduced parking counts from what we have now, and I think what we're proposing is really a reflection of what we're seeing being asked and what we're going to see in a new code.
Commissioners, any questions about not just the density, but I mean, just in general, there's a lot to go through, a lot of exceptions to the R4 base zoning. Certainly love that it keeps the overlays where you guys have to come back to us.
Sure, yeah.
I'm sure, I just didn't know if you guys had specific questions before we kind of got into that. Okay, well, members of the public, who would like to come up first?
Hi, David Bigham, 322 Northwest 27th Street.
Okay,
I'm
thank
also
you.
the president of Jefferson Park Neighbors Association. So, yeah, I'll be brief. I know there are other people that want to talk and you don't want to be here all night, but I personally think that if you submit a recommendation to planning, that's going to send a signal that HP is good with this height, setback, parking, everything. I really, really hope you've strongly considered not doing that. So it's not going to stop this from going to planning and to council, but it will express a concern that, yeah, this is pushing the limits in an HP neighborhood. So a couple things I'll just quickly point out is that the setbacks in the HP guidelines say that, you build a structure, it should match the setbacks of the, abutting neighbors. This one certainly doesn't. They're asking for an exception to be about 6 feet closer to the sidewalk than the neighboring houses. And the neighboring houses are fairly small, 1-story bungalows. So not only are you closer, but you're closer and much taller, especially 40 feet. Well, first off, I don't know of any structure. There's only one 3-story structure in the neighborhood to start with. And it's set way back and at an angle, so it's like 20-some feet setback. So I don't know of any, the adjacent structures are 2-story. So I don't know anywhere it goes from 1-story structure to a 3-story structure. That's going to be a big, allowing a height restriction of 40 feet is going to allow it to be taller. It's going to dwarf the houses. I hope you didn't have a garden in your backyard in the adjacent house because you're not going to have much sun now. So setback and the height, I really think are too much in the SPUD allows for an exception, to only be 5 feet from the sidewalk, 5 feet from the setback, which is about 10 feet from the sidewalk. And all along that, multiple structures helps, certainly. One large structure would not be ideal either, but I don't know how much HP really would refer back to a previous structure on the site to look at what's appropriate. It probably really doesn't matter, but as has been pointed out, part of that structure was set way back, so that the previous structure doesn't really say, oh yeah, we're just going to do what it was before. It really isn't that. And then you've got a bunch of the one-stories on both sides of the property, on the Hudson end and on the 30th Street end. So, boy, I really think the SPUD needs to be much more closer to the HP guidelines before I would think that the HP Commission should send forward a recommendation. So I'll stop there. I know you have others that want to speak, so unless you have any questions for me. By the way, we did have conversations with the development group. That was much appreciated. However, when the application was submitted and the SPUD was submitted, none of the things that we expressed concern about were taken into account. It's just the same thing that we were shown initially. So, FYI. So, thanks.
State your name and address for the record.
Good afternoon, Lindsay Peaver, 225 Northwest 33rd Street. Thank you all, first of all, for your service. This has been a very long afternoon, and you do this every month, so thank you. I am here on behalf of Edgemere Park Preservation, Inc. I'm currently the president, and I joined my neighbors in Edgemere and Jefferson to share our concerns. So I'll try not to repeat what's already been said, but 3 buildings on 3 lots that was intended for single family is very concerning. And our understanding is the church that we're sort of comparing things against was built subject to a variance to begin with. Really, the SPUD and then R4 zoning offends HP guidelines, the zoning in the area, and the comprehensive plan. The setback and height concerns, I'll just echo what's already been said. As far as parking, up to 3 and 4 family units, but potentially only 1 space per unit. What about guests? There was a fatal accident right in this area and not terribly long ago, and lots of accidents and many more near misses that happen regularly, pulling out of that Hudson and 30th intersection. The site triangle, of course, is a concern there too, because it's not ideal to begin with, and so to get an exception on the site variance is a huge concern of mine personally, because I've got 2 kids that are about to start driving. In terms of open space, it should be 40%, but it looks like it's only going to be 20%. There are a lot of outstanding questions, some of which were addressed just a few minutes ago. Dumpsters, how many? Site-proof screening is described but not required. What are the uses? And I did want to say that the developer did meet with interested parties, but that was held very last minute and during the holidays, and nothing has changed as a result. I know that I can say for my neighbors and myself and Edgemere Park as an organization would love to see a development on these lots. The one we saw just a few minutes ago is a good example that would be appropriate in height, scale, density, setbacks, and one that regards HP guidelines. So on behalf of Edgemere Park Preservation, Inc., we ask that you please deny this application and allow us to have some real good faith meetings to discuss all of these concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Other members of the public? Come on up and state your name and address for the record.
Thank you. Again, thank you for your service. William White, 3200 North Harvey Parkway. Also, I own the duplex at 416 and 418 Northwest 30th, 50 feet away from this proposal. I would like to make a clarification. The presenter indicated it was a C3 Actually, everything west is R1C1. It is R1C1. And as previously discussed this afternoon, we talked about that carport that was 50 or 60 years old. That's what this church is. And before that, were single-family dwellings on 3 lots. That's what we need to be comparing to. First, I want to talk about 3 sections that I think are important to me, and hopefully I think my neighbors. In your guidelines, you talk about distinctive areas and Jefferson Park unique character. I don't believe this will maintain that. You talk about preserve the historic character of Oklahoma City. How does this preserve our character? I was part of the code enforcement in '96. This doesn't preserve this. Finally, you're asked as stewards to protect these areas of Oklahoma City. That's what your commission is. You're stewards for the historical zoning. Jefferson Park has no R4s. Jefferson Park has C1 R1s and R2s. We're not talking about trying to meet, he can't meet an R4. He's asking to exceed an R4. He needs to design to an R2. The staff report, obviously, and I won't go through them all, had comments on all the deficiencies. A lot of those are setbacks and code requirements. You know, we're throwing in 27 units, cramming 27 units on a space that should max out at 1/3 of that. That's what we're doing. We're asking for setbacks. We're asking, eventually, they'll come back and ask for the alley vacated because they need the turning radiuses. There are multiple code violations in their current design for an R2 or an R4, and they're exceeding those. That's why they have to go to a SPUD. You know, it was very surprising that staff would recommend approval, when in my lot, this commission denied me a French drain 50 feet away from this property. I'm interested in maintaining the historical preservation of Jefferson Park. And finally, I think this is about money. And I think the architect said performa. The performa. Why are there 27 units? Because he needs 27 units to make it work. I looked at buying this property, but I couldn't make it work under an R2. So this is the minimum requirements he needs to meet his performa. That's my opinion. So I'm hoping, my goal is that this commission today tells developers that if you're going to work in an HP district and be our neighbor, we want you to be our neighbor. But follow the guidelines. Follow the guidelines. Provide buildings which meet city and state code. And maintain the character of the neighborhood. Allow the property owners who've been there for a number of years investing our money. And he said it best, fear of the unknown. Fear of the unknown is what he said. And that's what we have as property owners. They're not distinctive. We don't know what's going to be built. They're trying to maximize the usage of the lot. We have a fear of the unknown. You are our stewards for the historical preservation of Jefferson Park. If this is what you want, then okay, we'll go to the Board of Adjustment. We've been there before. But I don't think you should recommend this approval of this SPUD and allow anyone in the legislative process to think it meets historical guidelines. Thank you for your time.
Question real quick.
Yes.
So on that lot, the church was there before,
Correct.
which was not a historical residential.
Correct.
Entity.
And what was prior to that? That's my statement.
How long ago? Over 50 years ago.
Over 50 years ago, correct.
Yeah.
Just like that portico. We'd like to tear it down, and the church got torn down, but we don't want to put it back up. We want to go back to what the original plat says. It's 3 lots. It's 3 home lots. It's an R2 max. If they want an R2, I would support an R2.
Okay. So your preference is divide it back up into 3 and put houses back there and only that?
My preference is, as a developer, if I was him, and I'm not, I would ask for an R2 zoning. And if you look at Jefferson, this will be the corner. Each corner of Jefferson has R2 zoning. It has similar facility, construction. The previous SPUD, it was excellent. It was well done. It was well thought out. The neighbors knew the architect and the developer. Never met this man, never met the architect. I'm 50 feet away from the property.
I have a question.
Yes.
So you mentioned that you looked at that property and felt like you couldn't make it work with your concepts and your financial needs and situations. I presume, and the president of Edgemere Park did mention, that you guys would prefer that land to be developed. So you know, where is the middle ground between what someone with your level of expertise and your financial needs, you know, already acknowledged you couldn't get done, and then what they've planned that we don't want?
I think R2 with exceptions is reasonable. I think R4, exceeding R4, maximizing the setbacks, going against city code. I've built in Oklahoma City for 45 years. I understand setbacks, I understand code. I'm currently reviewing IBC 2017, also with the city. I understand what they're doing. And they're doing everything they can to maximize the performa of the site with the minimum amount of investment. And I don't think that's what we should be doing. And I think, I'm sure Mike Wilson and Fire hasn't taken a look at this site plan, because I don't think there's a fire truck in the city that can get in there. So there are a lot of things that need to take place. And I just think if this commission is the stewards of historical preservation, and you have a neighborhood, Jefferson, Edgemere, that don't want it, we want the investment, but we want the investments within the guidelines that you were appointed to. Why do we buy a home in Jefferson Park or Edgemere and then you change the rules on us? That's the problem. It's not that they're not good people, they're not good architects, they're working toward the wrong goal. It doesn't have to be our goal, but it has to be a goal as a neighbor in an HP district that follows the guidelines. You're worried about a window, and I'm worried about a 40-foot structure that doesn't give sight lines to a 16-year-old driver at the same intersection that 2 people were killed. I just think you cannot recommend this if we're really the stewards of the historical preservation for Jefferson Park. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any more members of the public? Come on up, state your name and address for the record, please.
Last, I think, but hopefully not least, I'm Kelsey Chilcote. My address is 2718 North Hudson. I own that property. I have for a few years. I'm not the president of anything. I've never been to one of these meetings before, but it's my understanding that you all want to hear from just regular folks that live in the neighborhood, regular homeowners that are going to live on this street for hopefully a long time. I bought this house recently. I'm a single mom. I have a 5-year-old daughter. I have made a lot of improvements to this house. I had it painted this summer. I'm getting a new roof this winter. Last year, I decided I wanted to put a gate across the driveway, and I emailed Ms. Friddle. It would have been much less expensive for me to put a chain link fence across my driveway, but that's not up to code. That's against the rules. And so I saved up, and I bought a black iron fence, and I put it in. And I think that if you're not going to make an exception for me to put in a less expensive fence to help me save money, you shouldn't make an exception for these developers that want to maximize their profit by putting in the most number of units possible. And I think the reason that I care about this the most is not because I'm against density in my neighborhood and people in my neighborhood. I love that there are more people moving into my neighborhood, especially people that are young and people that have kids my kids' age. I'm worried about the cars, and I may have understood earlier that we're not really here to talk about the cars today, but I think it's important to say that if there are 27 units going in and only 27 parking spots, where are the rest of the cars going? They're going on my street. They're going right in front of my house. I'm trying to teach my daughter how to ride her bike. How do I do that safely? It creates an issue being able to see down the street. It creates an issue for spacing and I'm trying to raise a child that won't have to have a car if she doesn't want to. I'd like for her to understand how to ride her bike. We're not going to be able to do that safely if there are another 17, 18, 19 cars parked on my street because of this development. I don't know the codes, I don't know the rules, but just sitting here today, it sounds like a lot of them are being violated or being asked for exceptions. And like I said earlier, I don't think that you should be giving exceptions just to help developers make the project work financially for them. It's my understanding that this lot went for $550,000 for 3 single-family lots. I get why that would be difficult for them to make that work financially, but that's not my problem. That's their problem, right? And I think that you guys are probably on this board because you care about the historic neighborhoods in our city, and a lot of you probably live in them. I think Mr. Wood mentioned that he lives in Crown Heights. And so I'd like for each of you to think about the feelings that you would have if this project was proposed on your street in front of your house. I want to make sure I say everything that I came to say because I sat back there for a while. I think this is exactly the kind of thing that you guys are on this board to prevent. I think this is exactly the kind of thing, the kind of decision that you're here to make. And I really do appreciate your time and appreciate your service, and I do hope that you do not recommend this project to the planning department. I don't know if I said all those words correctly. Thank you so much for hearing from me today. Have a great evening.
Any other members of the public wish to speak on the matter? Got one more. Come on up and state your name and address for the record, please.
Matt Guillory, 401 Northwest 30th. The diagonal corner of this intersection. Sorry. So, what we're really talking about here is whether or not this SPUD is going to be recommended for approval going forward. We're really not talking about design yet because there is no design to be evaluated yet. What we're talking about is what the full parameters of that design will be. So once this SPUD is approved, if you were to recommend approval of this SPUD, by right, they will be able to build 27 units, up to 25,000 square feet, up to 40 feet high, encroaching into sight lines, ignoring the setbacks or violating the setbacks, having the amount of open space for the lot. There are numerous exceptions to normal ways of doing things and normal ways of developing that are being asked for in this SPUD. Once that is approved, once that is blessed by this committee, There is no going back. You can make the design as pretty as possible after that, but you can't fit any more cars on the lot. You can't restrict the number of units that they can have. And I notice that the SPUD conspicuously does not talk about, it's 27 units, but there is no mention of what type of units those are. They can be 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, commercial units, up to 27. The parking constraints are going to be what they're going to be. If you have 2 units, 2 bedroom units, 3 bedroom units, commercial units, the parking demands that it's going to place in this neighborhood are going to be unworkable for everybody that lives and works and tries to run a business around that neighborhood. The only people that this really works for is, we've talked a lot about the pro forma of this project. Much like the other projects that y'all have talked about today, the ones that have been built beforehand and then asked for forgiveness later, the money involved in this and whether or not the owner of this property is going to work out well financial is not what this commission is here to evaluate. Thank you.
Any other members of the public? Mr. Rocks?
Yeah, just real briefly, if I could just respond to a handful of the comments. So we have an exhibit on the site triangle. So we're outside the site triangle. The only way we encroach is if the city were to ever widen Hudson or 30th. But we produce an exhibit that shows our buildings is outside of it. Hudson has a massively wide right-of-way. A lot of streets in the core do. Hudson has a, there you go. So you can see the site triangle because of the right-of-way that exists at Hudson. Our building from east is set back, although from the property line, which is that bold line, it may not look like it. From the center line of Hudson, it's set back a great deal. The community meeting, I'm not the woman that said it was last minute. That meeting happened, I believe, the first week in November. So, I mean, almost 2 months ago. I don't think that's last minute at all. The gentleman said it's C1. Pull the zoning map right now. It's all C3. It's red. Red is C3. That's what it is. I don't know if staff can display it, but he's just simply wrong. In terms of the parking, I mean, these are public streets. People park on public streets. I live in Heritage Hills myself. I live on 15th. People park on 15th. Public streets have people that park on them. That's kind of what happens in the core. And finally, what you're really here to decide, I guess, is this appropriate, is it compatible? Staff recommended approval. You saw plenty of items today that they didn't recommend approval on. They did so here. So what we'd really like to have is a recommendation for approval, but we'd also like to hear what your thoughts are on the density piece. My client has flexibility. We'd like to hear what those density pieces are. This isn't R1, it's already zoned R2. So the idea of 3 single-family homes being built here, that's not gonna happen. It's already zoned R2. So we think some element of multifamily is absolutely appropriate in the core of this city.
Okay, a lot to digest. Commissioners, any immediate questions for the applicant, staff?
I have a question for staff. And I'm going to plead again, new commissioner, which I think, do I get to do that for like a whole year? Like just
At least.
be like, I'm an idiot, explain things to me. So, you know, basically we go through this very, very thorough staff report. You talk about all the things that are not compliant with HL overlay, all the different challenges. And then we get to the bottom and it, you know, and you say, we recommend it for approval. And so I'd love to hear staff speak a little bit more to how you got there in this particular instance.
So it is a recommendation for approval. It's a recommendation for approval with conditions. And yes, I was a little bit wimpy there and kind of opened that door for the commission to craft what they think that would be. The conditions that I included were that the applicant reduce the maximum height as directed by the commission, because that's one of the main things that is above and beyond what even just regular base zoning in a residential area allows, aside from being in a historic district, and that the applicant reduce the number of dwelling units as directed by the Historic Preservation Commission. I thought those were the two main things that to me rose to the surface as being a real challenge for compatibility. on the setbacks in particular, that's come up quite a bit. I will say that I believe most of the structures on this block, both to the west and to the south, do not meet the setback that is in the current zoning. Many of our properties in these neighborhoods are set back well beyond what the base zoning requires, or they're set well forward of it. When you look at the aerial of this block, I don't think many of these properties are set back 25 feet from the property line. The property line is way back beyond the sidewalk. So as I was looking at the site plan surrounding area, staff was not terribly troubled by the setback. I didn't raise that. Certainly the commission could include a condition that the setback on the north side be increased, or on the east side be increased, et cetera. I do feel like this is a corner that for 70 years, what's 23 going back to 1960, has been anchored by a monumental structure. And to me, that was at least some amount of precedent for not going just back to a single-family home, a duplex, but for introducing some multifamily here. I think that's also supported by the fact that the block to the west is all C3. You've got a very large duplex across the street that similarly has kind of a mass to it that's not typical of other parts of the neighborhood. And then again, Jefferson Park has a lot of multifamily in comparison to many of our other historic districts. So I felt like there was some support there based on the conditions and characteristics of this site for something above and beyond R2. Now, I will say that if they were to zone straight R4, based on the size of the lot, the zoning would allow, if I calculated this right, about 16 units. The comprehensive plan that supports up to 40 dwelling units per acre in the urban medium would support 19 or 20 dwelling units on this site. So they're above and beyond kind of all of those metrics. And I think they know that. I think they've worked really hard to try to design a project that accommodates that in a desirable and attractive way. And ultimately, I think that's going to be the big discussion at Planning Commission. But this is also an opportunity for HP to weigh in on that piece as well as the other elements that affect the compatibility. So I don't know if that kind of, the other thing that I will say just procedurally, I would much rather, unless you all are just, nope, it needs to stay R2, don't touch it, period, that would be a straight recommendation of denial. If the commission sees a path for some degree of rezoning of this property, I think it is much more effective for you to forward on a recommendation of approval with as many conditions and findings as you see fit that the Planning Commission can bite into, that informs the Planning Commission about what HP Commission sees as appropriate, even if there are many elements of the proposal that you have concerns with, if that makes sense.
So on this spot, it says requesting approval up to 27. And then in your recommendations, one of the conditions is evaluating the number. Mm-hmm. So if this is approved, are they approved for up to 27 or not?
That'll be up to City Council. You're providing a recommendation to Planning Commission. They'll provide a recommendation onto City Council. Ultimately, City Council will determine if 27 units is too many.
We would basically be stating that we are okay with 27 units. That our
or not.
opinion is, unless we attach some conditions that.
But if we attach a condition of they need to reduce that from 27, I mean, I don't have a problem with the setbacks. I don't have a problem with even a 3-story structure. I think 27 is a lot, but I understand also the fiscal aspects of how you make a project work. I think it's difficult for this commission to look at that lot and say, you're a historic planning commission, so it should be historic homes sitting there. That's not going to happen. It hasn't been that way for 60 plus years. It's not going to go back that way probably, unless they're really small houses, which don't work. So I think it's difficult. I would like to be able to pass it on with some of those considerations. Like, I think parking is something that does concern me. I would love for us all to walk and ride bikes. It's probably not going to happen anytime soon. But I would like to have some control over what's said about it, but I guess that's the rub. Don't know which way to go.
So why don't we get, if you guys want to come speak to, the kind of those unit numbers that we just came up with. I think that, I personally always really value neighborhood input above almost everything else because I do feel that we really truly serve up here to represent the neighborhoods and the neighbors, especially with so much resistance and such a drastic change. But that said, I do feel like the writing's on the wall that this area is going to be multifamily and potentially multi-use. So I think the goal here today would be to come up with a happy medium that felt a little better moving forward.
The commission could always just make a recommendation that the developer should be required to reduce, its density. And then that will flush out during planning commission and city council.
That's true. You all don't have to give a metric today.
I know
You
it-
certainly can, but you can also, and we've done this before, you forwarded recommendations to say that the number of dwelling units should be reduced, that the parking spaces per dwelling unit should be increased, et cetera. You don't have to give them a hard number.
It's a bit out of, what you guys typically do as a commission, and it's what planning commission does every other Thursday, argue about density and those things. I mean, this is the discussion that happens at planning commission and city council every other week.
I would feel a little concerned about leaving it that open-ended just because I want to respect everybody in the neighborhood who came up. I mean, if they reduce it by 2-3 units, I don't know that we've done any good up here today in listening to the neighbors. Now, do I think it's appropriate to reduce it by 15 units? No, I mean, I get it. I do think, again, writing's on the wall that this is going to be multifamily and high density, but I would prefer to not leave it open-ended if we if everybody thinks we should even attach something like that.
Yeah, because Katie, a question for you, because we don't go through SPUDs every commission. I just want to make sure I understand. We can send a recommendation, we can attach some, we recommend it, but no more than this many units in this height. Planning can still vote however they want on the item, correct?
Yes.
They can just disregard what we have to say, because the neighborhood, everybody in the neighborhood, you'll have a chance to speak again at planning. The applicant will be there. I highly recommend you go. I just want to make sure, I always like to be on the same page of
Yes.
the housekeeping, how this works.
So we can forward on any recommendation you
Yeah.
come up with that is non-binding for Planning Commission. Planning Commission will forward on their recommendation to City Council, and City Council doesn't have to do what Planning Commission says. So they're the ultimate decision maker. Every body is taking those previous bodies' comments into account, but they're also going to account for the factors and the conditions and concerns that are not necessarily part of the purview of those other bodies. So.
Yeah, I think if we had a concern about the number of units and how that relates to parking and the height, I would agree with you that we probably would need to have a hard number there. Because I think sending a hard number with recommendation, recommend it, but here's the hard number, you're going to consider that a lot more than if we just say, we'll reduce the number. They could just decide to reduce it by 2. Or
Would it be helpful if we maybe look at it a different way? Because dwelling units aren't as narrowly defined as perhaps we'd like, what if we talked about it in terms of total number of bedrooms permitted on site? Because the plan is to have majority of these to be single 1-bedroom units, whereas dwelling unit under the code could be a 3-bedroom unit, right? So 27 3-bedroom units is a lot different than 27 1-bedroom units in terms of number of people, parking needs, and all those things. Is that something that the commission would consider?
I think the density issue, as much as we'd like to have the conversation about a progressive future where we don't drive, this is a car city, and there is a car for every occupant that will live there. So to me, density, and I'm interpolating what the community's saying, is really density of cars. How many cars can the site hold? And I think working to your advantage is 30th is a bigger street that allows, in my opinion, a larger development is more appropriate on 30th Street. But what that does is it doesn't allow you to park on the frontage of 30th, so it pushes everything down Hudson. So to me, the density isn't so much how many people are on the property, because I think that actually benefits the community to have that density of people. It's the density of cars is really at the crux of the issue.
I think that's spot on. I have a little bit of a concern over the density of the space itself, just the lack of, R4 requires 40% open space and we're at 20, so we're at half of that. That's a very minimal amount of space, and I do think it dwarfs the surrounding homes and pretty drastically changes that landscape. I understand if maybe there needs to be an exception, but that feels like a pretty large one. So I think if we're having the conversation about these things, that's something to be worth considering. I mean, these historic neighborhoods, I feel like I say this I'm gonna stamp it on my forehead, but I feel like these, the trees and the landscape was developed as a part of the historic nature of these areas. It's not organic. It's not naturally occurring here. Somebody did this purposefully. So I feel like every time we infill to such an extent, or people are putting in, they're taking out their trees and they're putting in pools, they're putting in a ton of concrete, whatever, we're losing a significant element that's really important to the historic fabric and to the original intent of these neighborhoods. So infilling that to such an extreme, while, maybe there is an exception to be had, and it's really cool to think about this being developed and being used, it feels a little extreme to me.
It does, but I also want to point out that, as has been stated, I think it's a given that this property will be developed. I think it is reasonable that it will not be single-family residential. This happens all the time with developers. You get a developer that is willing to put in a lot of care into their design, and I don't want to just say the community is forced to accept the developer's proposal because they do high-quality work, but now's the chance to and I know that you've had that conversation, but now's the chance to sort of figure out what that development looks like with somebody who is shown to put the level of care and effort into a high-quality design. So, to me, the 40 feet is not a showstopper, personally. I think 40 feet sounds a lot taller than it is in reality, especially when you're talking gabled roofs. The setback to the alley seems to be what the church was previously. I think the SPUD states 0, but it's shown to be about 5. And I think that's what's a little misleading is some of the preliminary design is sort of adding more cushion than what the SPUD is stating. And so maybe that's the feedback is, 5 foot on the alley, 10 or 15 feet off of Hudson, 25 off Hudson, 10 off of 30th. And I don't think the south is really an issue. But I would say whatever interior residential lots are, 5 feet, 10 feet for the back. So, I think there's some way to sort of craft some protections in there, but in my opinion, the massing isn't all that different or detrimental than what the church was possessing before. So I think there's some middle ground. I do think 27 from a car density standpoint is probably too much.
So what if we did, on the density piece, reduce it to 24 units, but define the units as 22 one-bedroom units and 2 two-bedroom units? Because that's greatly reducing the number of people that could potentially be there with an undefined number of bedrooms per dwelling unit.
Yeah, because when you're a developer, you're looking at it, the parking is always what caps you, right? That's where it seems like that's where you have to start. So if and I don't deal with this daily, so Mr. Box and Katie, I think I have to defer to you, but the current code is what, 1 per bedroom? Is that what the parking, because that's going to restrict.
It was 1.5.
I thought it was 1.5 per bedroom.
It's 1.5, well, so they're asking for 1 per dwelling in the SPUD. So that's what would be required if that's what gets approved. For current code, it's 2 for a two-bedroom unit, it's 1.5 for a one-bedroom.
So we would be saying 28 bedrooms and 31 parking spots.
Correct.
I think that's a significant improvement from what it could be with the language currently in the SPUD.
And we're happy to make that a condition that we revise the SPUD to require no more than those number of bedroom units as described and a minimum of the 31 parking spaces.
You want to talk about open space while you're up here?
So, I mean, in open space in R4 is really geared towards your large garden-style apartment complexes. So you have 350 units, you have community pools and community rec centers. They're really not geared towards urban infill multifamily. Think about the Aberdeen, just down 15th Street. I'm not sure I've seen 40% open space on that site. The open space requirement, because it's an R4 requirement, doesn't differentiate between in the urban core and 122nd and Hefner Parkway, where the Augusta apartment complex exists. And of course, when you have 400 units, you need recreational facilities. So we think that the amount of open space we've provided at this specific location is appropriate.
I agree with everything you just said. I just feel a little concerned about the drastic landscape changes and how that feels to everybody who came and spoke about it today.
So I think we're actually going to make the landscaping incredibly better. Obviously there is no landscaping in this picture. I mean, it's Bermuda grass, kind of, and mainly weeds, that because it's summer, they've been mown down to look like grass. We're going to landscape it. And of course, we'll have to come to HP for all those things, but we're going to landscape it in a manner that is way more beautiful than it has ever been. I mean, like I said, there was no landscaping. I guess you had some boxwoods up against the building, but.
So if we want to make those changes on the parking and the side, we just put that as one of our conditions.
Yes.
That it would be not to exceed 28 bedrooms
Yeah.
with a minimum
So I will
allowance
say,
of 31
this is a
parking spots.
staff comment that we often make kind of internally, is when you have all apartments that are one bedroom, that means you're not getting any families in that housing, because a family is not going to choose to live in a dwelling with one bedroom. Now, I'm going way beyond what is HP, historic preservation related. I guess I would lean toward you all not getting that in the weeds on number of bedrooms and being more general about, we want to see the ratio of parking spaces to dwelling units increased. We want to see the overall number of dwelling units reduced. And I don't know.
Yeah, and I think, again,
there are downsides to the limiting it to the number of bedrooms.
Yeah, I agree, and I don't want to prescribe 3-bedroom, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom. I think the concern that needs to be passed along is hearing the community's concern with forcing cars out onto the street. So the site needs to park the site.
And I think if we're asked for a recommendation to pass on, and I think if we limit it, I don't think that's really the recommendation. I think we listened and we understand the problems, but it's going to be developed and we want to try to incorporate those in there. I would just like to pass on those concerns and recommendations without limiting, because I don't know that it's our position to limit it. Our position is to express those concerns.
Looks like we may have had another member of the public who wished to chime in.
Sure, David Bigham again. Yeah, I was just going to say, I hear some of you say, the height doesn't bother you that much. I mean, 40-foot tall building that goes all the way across is a lot bigger than what was there before, if we care about what was there before, right? Only part of that structure was 2 stories, or that tall, and that close to the street. So I personally, a 3-story building right next to some 1-story bungalows doesn't seem to fit at all. My brother-in-law was told he needed to make his front porch half the depth he wanted it to be so that the setbacks were the same as the houses on either side. Wow, so he had to do that. Now it's not that great of a porch anymore, but that was the rule. These houses, so again, the SPUD's asking for 5-foot relief on the requirements, right, of the setback. I don't think you should do that. I think the setback should match the existing structures there. And if you wanted to send a number, it's just going to be a number that the next two groups here. It's not going to be what gets done, but I would say give a number that says, this needs to really consider the neighborhood it's in. Because that Hudson that's so wide and easy to drive down, when I drove down it this morning, there was a car on each side. So guess what? I had one place to go to get to the turn to turn out. That's going to happen times 10 if you have this density. So I would throw out a number of 16 units. That would be a number that would get people thinking, yeah, this is a neighborhood with a bunch of single-family homes all around it. That's my 2 cents on that.
That's a lot more similar to what I would be willing to come down on personally, just because they're already asking for the R4 zoning change and then asking for the over and above the R4. Just seems like they're just pushing the limits as far as they can for the profit motivation. And I think that we do have to, it's a challenging thing because obviously no one has to follow our recommendation, and everything is going to come back to us again at the design level. But I am motivated by the slippery slope argument that people are making, that what we say does matter and what the recommendation that we make does, kind of rubber stamp that Historic Preservation Commission is okay with this. They have shown us drawings. Sure, maybe it's not the actual drawings, but I've seen them now. I can't unsee them. They've shown me the site triangle. I can't unsee it. And so then saying that not only do we want to rezone to zoning that, am I correct in saying that there is no R4 in Jefferson Park?
That's not accurate. The south half of Jefferson Park is R4.
Oh, okay.
There's a lot of R4, not in this immediate area. This is all R2, but there is R4 closer to 23rd Street.
And there is no R4 in Edgemere Park, I would assume? No. Okay. So, I mean, they're already asking for a rezone to develop something that I think the neighborhoods would love to see developed in an appropriate fashion. Using the mechanism of a SPUD just for the purpose of getting over and above that rezone, I would be amenable to saying I think that's a little bit of too big an ask at this point for the Historic Preservation Commission to sign on for, is where I'm leaning on it. That was in short, I could maybe get to R4. I can't get to R4 plus 9 more units.
I think that probably if the ask was simply for what's defined within R4, we probably wouldn't be hearing quite so much commentary on it, is my assumption. I think it is kind of the exceptions above and beyond. I hear the arguments for why they're, why it would be cool to go above and beyond, but it seems like that's kind of the crux of it, is that things defined within R4 would probably be appropriate and fine, and it would be a big change, but it would be acceptable. I think it's this kind of above and beyond.
Yeah, I think the, my mic working? There we go. I think I want to hear the community here, and I think the message is that this project can't shift a burden off onto the community. So whatever that number is, and if it's R4, I mean, I think that sounds reasonable. I do think from a massing standpoint and starting to establish those setbacks, it is not uncommon. So I do think 30th is an appropriate street. It's got commercial from Paseo. It's got, it's a major sort of secondary thoroughfare that goes through there. It is not uncommon to punctuate the corner for structures. So I hear what you're saying on the setback, and I agree with what you're saying. It shouldn't shoot out 20 feet, 30 feet in front, but if it punctuates a little bit, I think that that's appropriate as well.
So instead of defining the unit count, we were at 27, moved to 24, they're at 16. What if we just split the difference and say 20, which is at the upper end of what the comprehensive plan calls for in terms of density in this designation within the city? And then we don't define the number of bedrooms.
Wouldn't the comprehensive plan maximum be 19?
Mm-hmm.
I think if
It's
you don't
above it,
define
not
the
the
number
upper
of
end of it.
bedrooms, we're still going to run into the same issue because we're looking at the parking ratio. So I think if you're at,
And we can still commit that we have the 31, parking. The reality is that the demand is for one-bedroom units. James Cooper, the councilman person for this ward, has stated one-bedroom units are what is needed in this part of the city. We think that's where the biggest demand is. So we believe we're going to be able to park the site with the 31, if not overpark it.
I mean, I think you're right about the demand right there. I think that's exactly like who's going to want to live right there, just thinking through it logically. But if we don't clarify that recommendation with language, you know, we could have 40 bedrooms instead of 20.
I also think that what it is likely James Cooper means when he's talking about one-bedroom units might be priced at a lower level than what we would anticipate these to be priced at.
Yeah.
And therefore would be more likely to necessitate, you know, cohabitation.
What if we were to give a recommendation that said we want to exceed 20 and add the parking in? Then that's a pretty big compromise from where they were, but we're not, and still express the concerns we have. We would have those concerns as recommendations, but because we go back and forth all night if we don't, you know, we have to come up with a recommendation. It's either going to be a number or just we want to make sure you address it. I think 20 is, they've come down a lot.
Or 19, which would be the Plan OKC mandated number.
Well, you say mandated. Let's keep in mind, Plan OKC is a policy document. PUDs and SPUDs are used, I don't know, I think I have 14 cases next Thursday at Planning Commission. Almost all of them are PUDs and SPUDs, and almost every single one of them in some way seeks to vary some element of base zoning. That's what they do. If we say 20 units and every bedroom shall be required a parking spot, we're happy to commit to that.
I think
I would
that's
be comfortable with
moving
that.
towards a very big compromise.
I would be comfortable with that as a recommendation.
I would like to just real briefly touch on that. You know, staff, their other condition was a reduction in height. How easy is it to get to that 35 foot? I mean, it seems like that could be a happy compromise here. Okay, looks like maybe we have some more comments. Anybody?
Yeah, we're going back and forth on specific numbers of units and number of bedrooms and number of parking spaces. And I appreciate what I think Commissioner Jordan said earlier, that to say reduce the number of units and leave it at that, and then, you know, the developer reduces it by 2 would make a mockery of this entire process. What was proposed by the developer 10 minutes later was that we reduce it by 3 instead of 2. So I'm not quite sure where the good faith here is in terms of this negotiation. Now we're at 20 units with 20 one-bedroom units with 1 parking space per bedroom. So what happened to the 31 parking
We're at
spaces?
20, there was not a guarantee on the 1 bedroom was the last conversation. 20 units with a parking space per bedroom. So if there is a 2-bedroom unit, it would be 2 parking spaces.
My point is, I believe that we're negotiating all in the very upper echelon of the density here and beyond, well beyond what is appropriate for the site. So we're negotiating in an area that's already, speaking for myself, not for the rest of the neighborhood, they can speak for themselves, but in an area that is already in unacceptable territory.
Hi, I just wanted to say we've gotten into this bedroom conversation, and I think while I can't speak to this conversation that you have with your attorney, I imagine it goes something like, well, how many units do you think you want? Well, we'd like to have 50. Okay, well, we're going to ask for 100, right? So right now we're talking about 1 car per bedroom, and I came up here again to say couples live in 1-bedroom units. So, and especially if you're talking about upper end units, roommates live together in a 1-bedroom unit. And so I wanted to caution everyone to say, although it does seem like they're really working with us, do we have to do all the work tonight in this meeting, or can we just agree that it is a little too far gone and needs some more work, and they, so that there's not so many bites of the apple here tonight, that we can do some more good work.
Unfortunately, we don't have the ability to continue this and to hear it again, so our recommendation has to go forward today, whether it's to deny or to approve with conditions. And so that is kind of yes, if you were just wanting a new driveway, we could see you 3 or 4 more times. But because we do have to issue a recommendation one way or another, we can't hear it again. So whatever we move forward with is our last say in it until they come for design.
Okay, well then I just, it does seem like it's going to be really hard to figure out how many cars could fit there with not knowing the number of bedrooms and not knowing how many people are going to live in that unit. And I said this in my emailed comments. I just asked that like 17 of us go meet over there at the lot with our cars just to see what that looks like. And I know that it happened over the holidays and that's unfortunate, but what we're seeing over there and what we see every day already without this development there is truly concerning, truly unsafe. People speed down 30th, cars are hit all the time on 30th that are just visiting friends and neighbors. It's the traffic and the unknowns and the number of cars that this would bring is just, continues to be a concern until we have those real numbers.
And I want to say that's a valid point about the co-occupation of a single bedroom, which I presume is why city has 1.5 per bed.
I have a question. Were we to not approve this to the Planning Commission, do we attach any kind of notes to that? Like, are we in a situation where we have more input if we approve it than if we would deny it or not?
No, not really. You can forward on a recommendation of denial with findings of why you think it should be denied.
I think a simple way, I think Katie and Angela have both stated that there are R4 over on 23rd Street, which is part of Jefferson, just none on the north side. Why don't we restrict it to R4? Allow the developer to meet the R4, which is in Jefferson Park. It's simple. There's no lot of language for you to make a motion on. Meet R4.
And R4 was 16?
16
Yes,
units,
about
35
16.
feet, 40% open space, neighboring setbacks.
So we can't meet R4. I mean, again, R4 is designed to be a suburban style multifamily development. At 40% open space, the setbacks, it does not allow for what we think the site deserves.
So we have seen and recommended approval of a number of SPUDs for properties that are zoned R4, and you cannot build a historic style apartment under current R4 zoning because of the bulk regulations. Just as was said, there are a variety of characteristics of that base zoning that don't work for the way we build in an urban neighborhood. I do think R4 as a reference point for density is relevant, but I do think they would have a problem getting something built on this site that the commission would think was a compatible, historically appropriate design under like a base R4.
Okay, so just to summarize what I think we've heard in this last little segment of this discussion is that if we were going forward with 20 units, we would also want to require the 1.5 spots per bedroom in a recommendation and a 35-foot, no?
One
Well,
parking spot
that was
per
what
bedroom.
you said, but just to kind of summarize, like, the follow-up conversation seems like you still are seeking, and I do think that's ideal. Like, if you could pie in the sky, that's absolutely ideal to have plenty of parking, right? Like, nobody really wants anybody to be parking on Hudson or 30th. It's certainly less than ideal.
And I think the requirement is 1.5 per one bedroom unit.
I think it's,
1 per bed for 2 bedroom.
okay. Okay, so is there language that states just to follow XYZ recommendations?
You could say, I don't know how you would word that, and not to vary current parking requirements. That the SPUD not vary from
Current City of Oklahoma
current
City.
parking requirements, yeah.
I mean, that's the summation of kind of what I'm hearing, you know, as to whether planning says yes or no, I don't know. But that's kind of my takeaway, is that, you know, I think David was spot on that the conversation's not really about density, it's about car density. I wish we lived somewhere where it wasn't a piece of the puzzle, but.
So is that how we're wanting to craft this? Because I mean, we're still, I mean, an impasse on whether or not we're going to send a recommendation, but say you've got to meet current parking regulations or.
My opinion is that we do send a recommendation to approve and attach our conditions so that hopefully we're heard in those conditions. I know you can attach them to a denial, but I think the goal here is always to leave with a happy medium where, you know, everybody's had their input and we come up with something that serves all parties.
And is that based on units or parking?
I think there would be conditions that relate to both.
Okay. But I just, it being 6:15, we've got to get to a point where we craft this language. Otherwise, if we can't, I mean, this is a tough one. We know how tough this is. It's.
I mean, I think that the two guidelines, you know, that we have for density, other than just kind of choosing something that we like, are that R4 would allow for 16, and that Plan OKC recommends and does not dictate a maximum of 19. Those are the two metrics that some outside force that knows more about density than I do, certainly, not all of you guys, have put into place.
I do want to really take into consideration Katie's input that R4 and David's that R4 is not really intended for where this is, and that's the closest thing that they can use to base a SPUD off of. So if, you know, Katie is sitting here saying that that's not really going to be relevant, I don't know that we should use the number 16.
Well, so I think the dwelling units per square footage per dwelling unit, I think those metrics work. I think to say 16 is a reasonable number for a site of this size, I think that works. It's the lot width minimum and the lot size minimum and all these other bulk regs that are in R4 that make it unwieldy for a 50 by 140 site.
But even, I mean, density, even if you look at all the apartment units that exist in the core, I mean, they don't follow that R4 metric. The development of the core is meant to be more intense. That's why it's in the core. If you want suburban style development where you've got all your space, go move out to Deer Creek. I mean, the core is meant to be more dense. That's just the reality of it.
Well, David Bigham again, I would just say that there are probably places in the core where I would totally agree with that, but it's not in between a bunch of one-story bungalows, for one thing. But I would be surprised, I could be wrong, but I would be very surprised if whatever you recommend, if you come up with a number, that the group doesn't ask for more than that in the next couple of groups. So really what you're doing is you're just saying from a historical preservation perspective, this is what we think is appropriate. And they're gonna push for a lot more than that, I guarantee it. Well, I feel confident. I could be surprised by that, but I feel confident. So I would not go with a big number. I kind of like the numbers that you mentioned. You know, the R4 would be 16 units, the OKC plan would be 19. Some language that says like not to exceed those numbers, and that we realize R4 may not be appropriate in some areas, but in terms of density and parking, it is. I can tell you this, the 1.5 for a single bedroom and a 2 for a 2-bedroom, there are gonna be a lot more cars than that at times. I mean, people have friends over, Super Bowl party, stuff like that. That's all gonna have to find parking elsewhere anyway. So to say you can go down to 1 in a neighborhood that's already got full street parking, that just seems crazy to me, so.
But that's already a characteristic of the neighborhood. I mean,
sure.
The woman that spoke, her house that has a single car driveway, I mean, everybody that's lived in a historic neighborhood has played car ballet with their driveways. I mean,
totally agree.
And that's why we park on the street. So I want to be.
Here we're putting, though, a lot of units in just what were a couple of lots. what you're describing happens, in a 1 or a 2, or there are 4s and 8s in the neighborhood too, so that happens. But here we're talking about it all happening with a lot of units in one little spot.
I know, but I think the developer is saying that we would agree to 20 units and whatever we said, 27 parking spots. To me, they're making an effort. I mean, I think they're making an effort when you come in a neighborhood where you already have that problem of parking, and I think as people that live in historic neighborhoods, we understand that. This is a unique situation because everything to the east is very historic homes. Everything to the west gets more into commercial, whether you're looking at on 30th Street, they look like houses, but they're not, except for the one next door. And then across the street to the north, those are commercial properties. So this is the buffer property, and that's the problem, is we're not going to be able to produce something that's small, that's 10, 15 units, and everybody has 3 parking spots. It's just, and that's the problem, is if we want to keep a empty lot there forever, we can do that, or we have to make a compromise to find something that'll work. Not maximizing their profits, but have to make it work to where it's financially feasible to do it.
I hear what you're saying.
That's the hard part.
It's, if you were to, I heard it's secondhand, so take it for what it's worth, that somebody requested to go from a 2-story to a 3-story in that commercial right across the street where the market is right now. And it was denied. So wow, now we're going to put a 3-story right across from this building where the 3-story was denied. That was secondhand. I'm not sure that you can take that for what it's worth. But again, I suspect this is going to get, whatever you recommend is going to be the beginning. It's not going to be where it ends up. So I would tend to go on the low number.
I suspect you're right.
Because from an HP standpoint, that's probably what's appropriate. So my 2 cents.
Thank you.
So on that note, it sounded like we were coalescing around a motion to recommend approval with, I think everyone was comfortable with the findings in the staff report, with the condition that the applicant reduce the maximum number of dwellings to, with parking spaces of at least X per units.
I wrote not to exceed, parking, I have too many notes right here. I just wrote that parking should, at a minimum, meet City of Oklahoma City parking minimums per unit.
So if we said 19 or 20, whatever, but if we said that and said it meets the current parking codes.
Yeah, that works.
I mean, in my opinion, that's all you can really ask for at a multifamily site. Like, I think anybody else is going to come along and say that no matter what. I think it comes down to the amount of units we recommend to move forward.
Is that way off from what you were proposing?
Yeah, I mean, 20 units, I mean, we wouldn't propose the 1.5, but we're happy to go home and have dinner.
It's a start.
So,
Did we want to put a cap on the height in there?
I think
40 to 35?
they said that they could very easily come down to 35
and they were,
feet,
yeah, client's willing to do 35 feet.
35.
Yeah, just be aware that when you cap the 35, when you go from 40 down to 35, you're probably driving like a flat roof solution versus a
We
pitched
just went
roof.
from 40 to 35, correct?
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, it's going to be a challenge if the
Architecturally.
attempt is to get a 3-story building with a gabled roof, like what was kind of shown. When you cap that down to 35 feet, you're probably, I mean, the project we just looked at was 35 feet,
Yeah.
and it was 2-story with a pitched roof, and they were giving it a haircut to.
I mean, honestly, a lot of the multifamily are flat roof. I don't know that I would necessarily be offended by that. It's fairly in keeping with the character.
Yeah, so 3-story is 3-story. It's that 5-foot buffer is in roof. Just to be.
Something to review in a few months at 6:25 on a Wednesday.
My recommendation, my support would be to 20, follow the parking guidelines. The rest of recommendations, I'm not in favor of capping the height, but going down 5 feet, because I think it's just going to change the architectural design of it.
They're all conceptual at this point anyway. I mean, we saw how drastically that proposal on 15th changed from its, presentation at its SPUD hearing to today. So in my opinion, it's fairly irrelevant. I mean, we have no idea what this is really going to look like.
Is that an acceptable proposal?
Are you making it? Did you? Oh, okay.
I mean, I would still say cap the height, but.
Make a motion and see who votes yes.
Okay. I will make a motion For SPUD 01581, with the recommendation to limit the units to 20 and to follow the current Oklahoma City guidelines on parking as a recommendation and include the findings from staff.
I'll second.
I'm sorry, I have a question. Was one of the specific findings a reduction in height, or was that a condition? Because now I can't see it.
Right, it was a recommended possible condition.
Okay.
But was not included.
Okay, the motion has passed, so Katie, do you know, I'm sure they want to know exactly when it goes to planning and how that works.
January 11th?
Yep,
Is
so
that
it's
okay?
scheduled for January 11th, unless there's further delay.
Okay. I was looking, here we go, my talking points. Okay, let's see, so that brings the other business section to a close, and we are moving on to communications and reports. We do have a lot of administrative approvals.
So no action needed there, a couple of withdrawals, no action needed on those. Nothing to report under administrative closings or city council. We did have the denial of the appeal of the church at 25th and Chartel, or the denial of the demolition of the church at 25th and Chartel has been appealed and will go to Board of Adjustment on February 1st. Staff will go and respond to any questions they have about the commission's discussion, but the public can attend that meeting as well. Nothing to report under Planning Commission. Municipal Councilor?
Okay, let's see, our next meeting date is February 6th, 3rd? February 7th, how about that? 2 p.m. Let's see, next regular, sorry, I didn't know I was supposed to read that. The next regularly scheduled meeting for the Historic Preservation Commission is Wednesday, February 7th at 2 p.m. at the Municipal Building City Council Chamber. New applications for this meeting were received January 2nd. New information on projects continuing from today's meeting to the upcoming meeting must be submitted to staff by 4 p.m. Tuesday, January 9th, 2024. Okay, any items from commissioners?
Great job today, everybody. We're a small but mighty group today.
We were.
It was
We
a
were
record.
mighty.
Record on time.
It was a record on time, and we were moving so expediently until like items 11 and 12 and then this.
We weren't.
I would just, one item from, I mentioned this last month, I do feel really strongly that we need to get those workshops, public and subcommittees on the books, because, you know, today we saw another solar that potentially could have been addressed.
Well, just very quickly, I will say, we have a number of other ordinance amendments, not HP related, but within our division that we are juggling right now that have kind of taken precedent over some of our workshops. So that's just a Katie workload thing.
Okay.
That's not, but those are moving along. So I think we can get focused back on the commission guideline.
I just feel like we owe it to them to see that
no,
through.
I agree. And I think we made really good progress, and I don't want to have that fall off.
I want to steal. Citizens to be heard. Anybody?